Greetings, everyone. Koku here. We're here for another Saturday night Shoot the Breeze. I see Kevin Carre is already in the chat saying greetings to everyone who's going to be coming in. Just wanted to hop on real quick and give you guys the preview to tonight's show. We have a lot of topics tonight, and hopefully we have some fun going through them. Some of the things we'll be talking about tonight is why would Business Insider talk about the beef between ADOS or FBA and Black immigrants? We're going to be talking about the fact that a lot of folks hate to acknowledge the African inside of them. We're going to talk about the new slogan, protect the tribe or tribe vibes that you see on social media. Is that the newest motto for Black people? We're going to talk about Zaya Wade. A couple of weeks ago, Zaya did a tribute to the late Kobe Bryant. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Sam, the young billionaire living in the Bahamas. For some reason, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about a pastor and something taboo that needs to be talked about more in the family homes of diasporans. We're going to talk about potential Caribbean xenophobia. We're going to talk about Whoopi Goldberg's suspension. We're going to talk about how the Black man is so desperate to give his money away, right? And lastly, we're going to talk about the mayonnaise murders. Mayonnaise murders. I'm glad you guys are here tonight. We're about to start the show. I'm going to drop the link in a second for folks to be able to jump in on the panel, those who want to jump in. So you guys hang tight. We're about to start the show. And on the other side, we'll begin discussing all of those topics.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Let's welcome in our friend Kevin Carre 42. Kevin Carre, how are you doing tonight?
Greetings, everyone. I'm doing good. It's beautiful weather up here.
Yeah, actually, the weather was pretty decent outside today. Let's bring in Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, how are you today? Mr. Untouchable sound like Mr. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, good. Respect Koku, respect Kevin, respect Pano.
Respect to you too, man.
Yes, bro.
Yes, sir. In the chat, we got Bobby Wright saying Habari Gane, Coco in the panel. Peace to you, brother Bobby Wright. Daily affirmations by Pauline is saying good evening. Lucas Ferreira saying cheers from Brazil. The always faithful KW Don 7 is here saying Sawabona. Keter is here as well. Keter is here saying peace, family. And then there was Kevin Carre saying peace earlier. So I appreciate all of you folks who came through today. Much love to everyone. Hope you guys enjoy the show tonight. Hope you guys enjoy the topics that some of you guys yourselves actually posted on the Discord. If you're not on the Discord, click the link pinned to the top of the chat. Click the link down in the description. Join the Discord. Ask to be given a role once you join. And you too can post topics that you'd like to discuss for Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. So the first topic that we have tonight, Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 for tonight, is why would Business Insider publish this? And this is going to be interesting. So let me just pull this up for you guys. I did this earlier and I don't remember which one it was. Hold on. Just bear with me 1 second. Okay, that sucks. I can't find it. Okay, I got it. No. All right. Okay, so you guys should be able to see this, right? Yep, you guys should be able to see this. This is a Business Insider article. It says earlier today. Now, this article is from January 27th, so there's a couple weeks old. It says earlier today on Twitter, some Black Americans seemingly warned Africans to stop immigrating to their country. A couple bullet points here asks the question, how does immigration benefit Black Americans? That's the question that set the table for what can best be described as the most unpleasant public debate between Black Americans and Africans. At the end, the message was clearly passed along to Africans. Black Americans do not want them coming to their country. The article says it was arguably one of the most heated debates on Twitter in recent times. And throughout the long hours it lasted, the message was clear. African Americans want Africans to stop coming to their country and taking away all their opportunities. Business Insider Africa monitored the Twitter space throughout much of the time it lasted, and we couldn't help but take note of the rather controversial rhetorics coming from some of the Black American hosts or participants. No thanks to the hateful rhetorics that were in exchange, a lot of people left the space feeling very angry and disappointed. So to focus on the arguments, the topic that was being debated on was whether immigration benefits Black Americans. And according to the co-hosts, it doesn't. One of those who pressed home this point, albeit in a very xenophobic manner, was the American filmmaker, social media commentator Tariq Nasheed. Tariq and the other co-hosts of the Twitter space argued that African immigrants are making it difficult for African Americans to get the reparation they deserve. According to them, not only are the African immigrants benefiting from the resources that could have been used as reparations for African Americans, they're also allegedly taking away jobs and other opportunities. Another issue they raise is that Africans, particularly Nigerians, tend to, quote unquote, arrogantly dominate everything they do. And after seizing all the opportunities and making most of the money, they remit the money back to Africa. The next question was about why the American government is allowing African immigrants to enter the country. Some of the speakers even went as far as implying that the American government was allowing African immigrants as part of a larger plan to systematically erase or replace, quote unquote, foundational Black Americans with Africans. As part of a solution to, quote unquote, secure the tribe, as they put it, the Black Americans call for an immediate deportation of all Africans. According to them, doing this would ensure that African Americans can finally get their reparation and even have enough opportunities to go around, right? So we see this was the space here. And someone's commenting saying this is why as a black community we cannot move forward. Instead of us finding ways to connect, we are having low-level conversations about how immigrants are blocking opportunities for Black Americans. Hashtag secure the tribe. And this was the space. How does immigration benefit Black Americans? So the reaction and takeaways at the end of the Twitter space, it was clear that many Black Americans are really not happy with the presence of African immigrants. As at the time of filing this report, the hashtag secure the tribe was trending on Twitter thanks to tweets by those in support and against the agenda. Meanwhile, many Africans have also reacted to the debate, expressing shock, anger, and disappointment. Kevin Carre, I know you saw this conversation going on. What were your thoughts about this?
Where should I start? As in reading the article, when they said they were uncomfortable. I forget what they said. Something about it. I think they were very gleeful at being in that space. These Muzungus writers. This thing is gonna further divide Black people more and more. Because now, do you remember? Were you here in the 90s when they had the East Coast West Coast beef?
Yeah.
This is all it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's pure stupidity. It's only on social media. You go out in the real world, no one's talking about FBA, ADOS, or this and that. And then as I said, now you got the white media involved in it, so now they're gonna milk it for all it's worth.
So, the prompt says, why would Business Insider publish this? And at first, I thought it was Business Insider US that published it, which then had me thinking, well, of course, US Insider US would publish it because they're trying to further their agenda, which is divide and conquer. But this is actually an article from from Business Insider Africa. And this was a continental African, it would seem, right? Emmanuel Abara Benson, who wrote, this article. So, Kare, before I go to Mr. Untouchable, what do you think is the purpose of this African writer posting this article?
It's to spread propaganda at this point, because whether it's Business Insider Africa or Business Insider whoever, it's still white owned,
right?
And they're gonna push their narrative and like, oh, look at this, first CRT, now this. Yeah, and on top of that, we're heading to Black History Month. Oh, we're gonna have all these N-words at each other's throats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but if you're dumb enough to fall for this BS, and if you're dumb enough to follow the grifter, anyway, I digress.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this? Why would Business Insider publish this?
No, I think that Business Insider Africa is just a probably like a subsidiary of the Business Insider of the United States. I think they probably may be conjoined to one another, but I'm remembering there's two guys. One guy named Zbigniew Brzezinski. He was like a white guy, internationalist guy who worked alongside America, the American government, for international affairs. Henry.
Real quick, his daughter worked for one of the major news network too.
Yeah, she works for CNN. And then it's another guy. His name is Henry Kissinger.
Mm-hmm.
They wrote a memo back, I think it was in the 80s or the 70s.
77, I think. But go ahead.
Yes, to ensure that the relationship between the African American and the continental African were to remain separate.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want these two groups to ever come together because one represented a market and another represented the land.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to keep these groups weak, like you were saying earlier, divide and conquer. People like Tariq Nasheed, I feel like he is what I would consider to be a UI. He's a useful idiot, and he doesn't know it, but he is being propped up for a particular reason, and his reason is to ensure that the relationship between our brothers, whether it's in the Caribbean and Africa and the United States, remain completely separate. Because when we are separate, we are at our most weakest.
Mm-hmm.
So he has been made to propagate these ridiculous notions, these little small little nuances and differences, these xenophobic differences, to play it up to the media, so we could never see any reason why we would want to have any kind of relationship with one another. Because let me tell you, when Ghana had the year of return, the remittances from Ghana was really into the billions of dollars. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And many Americans, Black Americans in particular, were saying, hey, well, we being mistreated over here, but over here we're being treated very well. Why not do the same kinds of things of businesses and arrange different kinds of relationships that we're doing in these countries, rather than doing it where we're being mistreated? Any businessman thinking along them lines and say, hey, this is a good deal. America doesn't want to see not only the labor force, but the intellectual labor force and the money leave out of the United States of America. So they're going to do what they need to protect it, even if it means propping up a guy who was, I think a couple of years ago, he was propagating pimp business.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, he's a civil rights. He is the mouthpiece for Black America. Get the fuck out of here. It's nonsense. Well, I'm sorry for saying that.
No, go ahead.
I don't want the thing get demonetized, but I just think that he is a useful idiot, and people don't necessarily see it for what it is, because there's an unseen hand operating. We just see the people out in front, but we don't see the unseen hand propping up these individuals and making them so-called popular on the internet. But I think that he's being used just like several other people.
Before I welcome D-Web to the panel, let me just touch on something that Mr. Untouchable brought up. I posted this on the community tab of the Bitter Medicine YouTube page 2 weeks ago, and you can see it on the screen. Zbigniew Brzezinski helped create strategies to prevent Black Americans and Black Africans from linking up. I added, he goes by the name Tariq Nasheed now. I was being sarcastic. And this was the National Security Council. So actually it was 1978. I said 77. So this National Security Council Memorandum 46 on March 17, 1978, Presidential Review Memorandum NSCM-46 to the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the Director of Central Intelligence, subject Black Africa and the U.S. Black Movement. The President has directed that a comprehensive review be made of current developments in Black Africa from the point of view of their possible impacts on the Black movement in the United States. The review should consider, 1, long-term tendencies of social and political developments and the degree to which they are consistent with or contradict the U.S. interests. 2, proposals for durable contacts between radical African leaders and leftist leaders of the U.S. Black community. 3, appropriate steps to be taken inside and outside the country in order to inhibit any pressure by radical African leaders and organizations on the U.S. Black community for the latter to exert influence on the policy of the administration toward Africa. The President has directed that the NSC Interdepartmental Group for Africa perform this review. The review should be forwarded to the NSC Political Analysis Committee by April 20th. Signed, Zbigniew Brzezinski. He died a couple years ago, too. D-Web, welcome to the panel.
Hey, what's going on? You hear me?
Yeah, it's all good. How are you today?
I'm good, man. I just wanted to hop in for a little minute. I'm on daddy duty, man, so if I bounce in and out,
I got you.
Greetings,
you know
D-Web.
Hey, greetings. Who's that? Mr. Untouchable, Kevin Carey.
That's Carey.
Carey, what's going on, brother? And just to hit on what you guys was bouncing on with
Respect, respect, bro.
What's going on with you, brother? And just to hear what your brothers was talking about, you know, in terms of what's going on with this whole thing. I think a lot of people are posturing, particularly Black Americans, man. After having like some conversations, man, with these people, it seems as though it's a movement that they're not really, the reparation thing is almost out the window. You know, that's kind of like a back thought. And they have all this smoke for just Africans, you know, no other group. Like, that's mind boggling to me, you know. They're pretty much just posturing to not be at the bottom of the social hierarchy.
Right.
They're not really posturing to make a nation or build or nation build or have their own or even to be at the top of the power conundrum. They just don't want to be at the bottom. And so they're attacking any other groups they perceive could be at the bottom. So rather than, you know, kind of learning from, it's a fact that the continental Africans are even Tariq said this in an interview. They mentioned about like schooling and how, you know, they're doing bad, like Black Americans in particular are doing so bad when it comes to the educational system. And this dude even talked about like, oh, Africans are coming over here and doing very well, so you can't say the IQ thing is. It's like, if you watch the first 3 Hidden Colors, very Pan-African heavy. You feel me? So it's like, if you can't see the grift, I don't know what's wrong with you. Like, your brain is disconnected. And they just don't want to be at the bottom so bad that they're latching on to this grifter and the nonsense that he's preaching, and all these other groups who are, like you said, pushing this divide, right? You have the European Union, right? You have, you know what I'm saying, these different groups that link together and do business together. And it seems as though they don't want the continental Africans doing business with the American, you know, Black Americans or even people in the Caribbean. They want to separate and divide it. That way we're easier to control, particularly economically.
Absolutely.
So it's all just a game and a grift. And if you can't really see it, I don't, you're probably not even worth building with anyway. You know what I'm saying? You're kind of, like you said, a useful idiot at that point, you know? The thing that sucks is that these people are growing more hostile.
Yes.
They are growing more and more hostile, more and more disrespectful, and just more and more just stuck in their echo chamber where they ain't even trying to hear you. You can't even have a conversation with these people in terms of what's going on. They're just gonna call, and God forbid somebody in your family your lineage, your bloodline be not from America. They will find that one person.
Oh yeah.
They will find that one person, you know, and it's crazy, you know what I'm saying? Which I'm kind of the kryptonite to them, because feel free, I give you the names of both sides of my family. Feel free to dig through it, you know, and they still go on and on and on. So at this point, man, I don't know if there can even be a middle ground, you know. I hate to be, you know, the bearer of bad news or a pessimist in this situation, but as I'm looking at the writing on the wall, particularly as America kind of falters economically and loses more power, you're going to see a power vacuum where these different little groups are going to try to fight for their little piece of the crumbs, what's left. So that's all I got.
Yes, that's absolutely right. There was this Black woman named Sharice something, maybe Lane or something, Sharice something. She was like a big proponent of the ADOS FBA stuff, and they went and dug up into her background and found out, I think it was a grandfather or great-grand, someone was like a Jamaican or some type of Caribbean, and they lambasted her to the point where she almost got off of the internet. And she was like a big proponent of these folks because she's ADOS or FBA on one side, on her mother's side or something like that. But on her father's side, there's a history of being from the Caribbean or something. Yeah, that stuff is happening. Go ahead.
It sounds like it's just getting very extreme. It sounds more like in the area of a mental illness at this point.
Yeah, I saw Great House. That's X Spots the Mark on Twitter. He said something interesting. He said Pan-Africanism is the new drapetomania. Like, to think in terms of unifying economically and otherwise with other Africans elsewhere on the globe, it seems like that's being considered the new craziness now, right? You know, like how it was back in the day when you wanted to escape slavery. These white boys said, well, you had to be crazy. Well, now it's like these folks are saying, well, you must be crazy. In fact, up to, I think it was today, I think Yvette Carnell posted something saying Pan-African is in a shambles, which is so weird because she was posting about the Congo. Is it the Congo? Receiving reparations from, is it Uganda? And, you know, people had to point out, but listen, that's Africans giving reparations to other Africans. That's exactly Pan-Africanism. Where is your reparations movement? You know, so it's wild. It's wild. But I agree with you guys. There's a divide, and the thing about these online divides, it means that they're going to become these offline, simmering undertones, where who knows what happens. You're from elsewhere. You're an immigrant, and someone who's an African in America, basically screws you up in terms of what you're trying to do, or what have you. It could become very problematic in the real world. This is why I keep saying on Twitter, Black folks need to learn when to nip some shit in the bud. Some things you cannot let fester. You know what I mean? Or you have to put up that opposition early before it goes overboard. Does anyone want the last word on this topic?
We have to get off this shit now, man. It's getting to the point of being very dangerous.
Absolutely. I'm gonna post Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. And again, I appreciate you guys joining the panel. If there's anyone out there who also wants to have their voice heard, not only can you post your thoughts in the chat, but you can also click that link I just put right there, and you could join the panel and have your voice heard on the show as well. I see Kevin Carre posted something saying Serena Williams opened school in Jamaica and other African countries. So you guys could check that out. She has been doing that for a little minute now, which is kind of telling too. There's another little story to that too. Clear, and I talked about this in one of my Thursday thought shows, but it's clear that there's a message when you make it in America as a Black person. You are not to help other Black folks in America. You have to go elsewhere. Bibi Rodriguez is here, y'all. She says, good evening, Koku, and civilized chat. Okay. Lucas Ferreira says, reparations is true democracy. The pro-Black perspective is here. That's Oni. He's in the chat. He said peace. So y'all say what's up to Oni as well. Hopefully you guys have picked up Oni's word search, African-centered word search book. You guys make sure to check that out. Daily Affirmations by Pauline is here. Make sure you guys check out her Daily Affirmations book that's out now. And Kevin Carre, we're going to talk about your latest developments in a bit, but you guys make sure to stick around for that as well. KW Don 7 is giving me some information here. He says Uganda and Rwanda have been invading the Congo to get resources on behalf of the West for years. Yvette Carnell is a novice when it comes to geopolitics. I frankly think she doesn't care about it. The grift just doesn't care.
Yeah, I just joined the club this week, man. I just got blocked by her.
I saw that. Yeah, I've been blocked by her and Tone Talks for at least 2-3 years now. Yeah, they don't like the truth.
Yeah, I got to get to him too. I got to ask him the same question too.
Oh yeah, as soon as you ask him a question, he's gonna block you. So D Webb has been blocked by Talbot Swan. I haven't been blocked by the Swan yet, but I guess I haven't really interacted with him that much, to be honest. He's another grifter too. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is, why do we hate to acknowledge the African inside of us? Why do we hate to acknowledge the African inside of us? Let me share this video with you guys, and let's take a watch of this.
That's part of it. I don't believe Lupita looks like us. I believe that there's this narrative of constantly acting like we don't have 15 and 20% European in our blood, and we do. I want to see my people, ADOS. I don't want to see white people, and I don't want to see South Africans. I just want to see ADOS.
We technically are not African. We technically are not African. We technically are not African.
Nigeria to like descendants of slaves. You've done none of that. You don't want us there. But you expect us, you come here and tell us why like we're xenophobic if we say, I don't want you here. And you trick me into being here. You trick me into believing that we are the same. But like, I know that we ain't, and I don't want you here.
Oh, no, you didn't. Wait a minute. No, you did. You disloyal, fool-ass, bitch-made punk.
Yeah, that's a Haven Bullets. That's a Haven Bullets video. That's kind of strange, and the volume is going up and down. Were you guys on the panel able to hear that properly?
Yeah. Plus, they had the caption on it anyway.
Right. So why do we hate to acknowledge the African inside of us? D-Web, if you're there, let me know. Okay, D-Web might be on Daddy Duties. Kevin Carray, why do we hate to acknowledge the African inside of us?
Because the slave masters told us to do it, and we were always showing, in the media, this is what the standard of beauty is: blonde haired, blue eye, nice pale skin, fair. You don't go in the sun. That's what we've been told, and it's been programmed into us into generations and generations. I remember back in the 80s, people used to call black kids used to call each other African booty scratchers. But that's just my opinion. But I digress.
Mr. Untouchable, why do we hate to acknowledge? And by the way, we hate to acknowledge the African inside of us. I think that's a smaller group of people than we really think it is. Well, Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I disagree. I kind of disagree with you on that, Coco.
Okay.
I used to believe that, but well, you know what? Maybe I'm just getting caught up with the social media game because I listen to some of the different voices from different parts of the diaspora, and some of the things that these people say, especially it's in line with what these clowns was saying earlier. I mean, it's just like they trying to remove themselves almost completely. Either they have Indian in their family, or this vision of what beauty is supposed to look like. I don't know. I think that the colonizer, when he was around, he did a number. He has the best marketing and advertising campaigns, bar none. Yeah, I mean, when we used to watch certain movies, and in the middle of the movie it would say drink Coca-Cola or eat popcorn, and we don't understand why we want to get up in the middle of the movie and go eat popcorn, but he has the best set of marketing and advertisement worldwide, man. His marketing campaign game of promoting himself is bar none. It's bar none. So when we ask that question, why we hate to acknowledge that, because it's removing us from this ideal image in what we really want to fall in line with, I believe. But he has the best marketing campaigns, I believe.
I think he has something even better than his marketing campaign. I think he has the fact that he's been winning, right? He has the fact that he's been winning, and the fact that we've been for the last however many centuries, we've been on the losing end.
He has been winning with our assistance. That's forgotten. And the reason why the marketing campaign is so masterful, he has taught us to participate on his side of the game, his team, rather than our own team. He's convinced us to do that, because really, and if you really look at it, we go on with this game analogy. He has 5 players? We have 10. We have 10, 20 players. But he has been able to convince the other team, hey, listen, if you do this, I mean, you're gonna really be along the lines of what I'm trying to do. He has been able to convince us to play for him. All this while, he's been convincing us to play for his team all this while, and while we really think we're playing for ourselves, man. I just think his marketing game is spectacular. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we've taken losses to the point we want to be on his team as opposed to making our team better.
Did y'all see that commercial on social media this week?
Well, which commercial?
The one with the woman that was bleaching. She's walking. It's a Nigerian commercial.
Oh, I saw some people was up in arms about this thing. Yeah, go ahead. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it starts with her walking, and everyone around her is dark skinned.
Mm-hmm.
And she's walking, and there's a sister. She's carrying the drinks, and she's like looking in amazement. And the sister looked way better than the lights, the one that's been bleaching.
Mm.
And she ends up knocking the manager into the pool, and the manager's like cursing her out. So as she's walking again, you got these kids on the bench like looking up at her in amazement. Like, wow, look at her skin. She's been bleaching. I want some of that bleach, right? And then right next to the children is like a woman. She's giving a guy a haircut, and she's in amazement, and she's not paying attention to the hair, and she's cutting his hair the wrong way. And then it just ends right there.
Mm.
But
I know, and there should be a little small message at the bottom of that commercial that says, all of these are paid actors.
Yeah. Absolutely. Just putting this out there, D-Web, if you're around, just hop in on the conversation at any time.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
And to your point, kind of like play devil's advocate a little bit. There hasn't really been no reach out to, I've been in, inner city, the urban areas all my life, like most people, and you don't really see like a reach out in terms of, Pan-African Africans in general reaching out to the Americans. And honestly, you're going to identify more with whoever is feeding you, whoever is teaching you in the schools, whoever is being your basketball coach or your football coach or your gymnastics coach or, your professor in college, and what their ethnicity may be or what their, ideology might be, you're going to identify. So like, I think they said it in the chat, it's like you're hit with Eurocentric propaganda 24/7. That's big facts. You're surrounded. You're in the belly of the beast. And the easiest way, the path of least resistance, is integration. You know what I'm saying? So that's what a lot of people are going to gravitate towards.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. There's a failure. I'm Mr. Untouchable. I'll give you a second. There's a failure of Pan-Africanism to really reach all the different groups of people. If we're being really honest, there's a failure there. Pan-Africanism is more so an ideology, is a thought. It's not dead, it's not in shambles, but it hasn't really been practiced in the way it needs to be practiced. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
No, to D-Web's point and to your point in taking the path of least resistance. I understand what D-Web is saying, but consider the majority of people who may come from Africa, they usually coming from a French-speaking territory. So when they're coming into a territory that's English-speaking, right? They're not as confident to approach people, especially if they have bad English grammar. So they're going to really affiliate and associate with people who are more like them. And some of them too, not only they're English speaking, a lot of them coming from Muslim countries. America is an English speaking Christian country. So that reach out is not going to be as quick, because they have not acculturated themselves into what the American system, which means English speaking, and it's a Christian nation which have Christian centered values. When you're coming from a country that's really counter to that, there's going to be a degree of sheepishness, just to collectivize and come together just off the bat. That's going to take some time, I believe, because even me, when I went to America, coming from the Caribbean, I was a little bit sheepish of Americans. Because a lot of Americans would say, I don't, what you saying? I don't even understand what the hell you talking about. Yeah, and then they would ask you questions like, do you all live in grass huts? Now, I've been asked this question before.
Same here.
For me, I gonna have a little bit of sheepishness, and I understand how the other side feels about that, because it's perceived that I'm being standoffish. I don't want to really be a part of. But coming from my island perspective, there's a different kind of, and until I understand all the rules of the game, I'm gonna be a little bit sheepish before I approach. That's all I'm saying.
Right, which to me, and I agree with you, being from the same country, there was an episode of The Golden Girls. People was doing all that crying over Betty White the other day dying. there was an episode of the Golden Girls where they joked that people in the Bahamas live in trees, that we swing, like Tarzan almost, right, from tree to tree or whatever. So I get that, but I think that Pan-Africanism, and again, Pan-Africanism is more so an ideology as opposed to an institution. I think Pan-Africanism means to institutionalize and find ways to, before people start to move across borders, get people in the mindset that when you cross this border, you have to, when you cross these borders, you have to integrate with other Black equals African people and build. You know what I mean? In the chat, Lonesome Jenny is here saying hi. Bibi Rodriguez is here saying, I'm proudly of West African descent. However, my acceptance by West Africans has been nil. I've actually been accepted really well from West Africans, particularly their women. Ketter says, funny, whites in America tell them they're African. That's a good point. That's a very good point. You're talking about your 20% European and all this stuff, but white folks will tell you straight up where to go back to. KW Don 7 says self-hatred has been internalized. There was a debate about whether or not African Americans should connect with Africa, and there were a lot of Negroes that believe we should not. Zuliism is here, y'all. He's in the chat. He says, what has the African done for us to be proud of from 1800s until now? That's an interesting stance there, Zuli. But because that could come back to bite you, just keep that in mind. Bobby Wright says, I agree. It's smaller than we believe. It's just social media is full of these clowns pushing this agenda. We can't forget the behind the scene puppet master. That's absolutely correct. The invisible hand. Ketter says, we're caught up in Eurocentric propaganda 24/7. Absolutely. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, being mixed to many means light skin, good hair, more intelligent, better opportunities, pretty babies. They believe they are better than 100% dark-skinned African in every way. That's a sad thing. And in my hometown, there's some of those olders, not elders, but olders. They have that same mentality, man. Ketter says, we don't want to immigrate. They got us striving to integrate. Many just want to cross the quote-unquote color or ethnic line. Does anyone have any last words on this prompt here? Now is the time to voice your last word. Mr. Untouchable, go ahead.
I would like Urzuli to please come on the chat whenever he's ready. Because I want to address it with that same comment.
Yeah, that comment is dangerous, Urzuli, because that comment could be flipped on you too. Just letting you know that, right? So hopefully he'll join. The link is in the description. Any one of you can join the panel. You don't need any extra software. If you're on mobile, you could just join and use your phone's microphone. If you're on a computer, you will need a microphone. But outside of that, you guys can feel free to join. There's no extra software you have to use or anything. Just click the link and join. Let's welcome in Uzuli right now. Uzuli, what say you? How are you?
Hey, what's up, fellas? My thing on this is that Africa's been great in history, like the history research we've done. In the past 200 years, we're talking about the diaspora does not want to be African or whatever. What has Africa done or propagated to us to show us that they're a powerful force? What? I've been in this earth for 40 years. All I've heard of Africa is poverty, instability, and backstabbing and killing each other. I'm not saying somebody's gonna say, well, that's what they showed us on the TV or whatever, whatnot. Okay. All these countries claim to be independent. Where's the image that they sending to us to be like, yo, we got strong, moral black men over here? What have they been doing?
Yo, you know what the answer is to that? The answer to that is a couple of fold, but one big part of that answer is you got to understand that when Africans pushed for independence in the 60s, as well as the Caribbean too, in the 60s, you got to understand a lot of these folks foolishly mirrored what the what the colonizers were doing. I'm gonna have to mute you because you're making a bunch of noise in the back there, right? Foolishly followed what the colonizers were doing. Foolishly followed the same economy. Still carried on a culture that had been influenced by colonization. So they themselves actually didn't even re-Africanize themselves. And that's the problem. Also, by the way, a lot of those early guys who fought for independence and stuff like that, they were, if not a part of the elites in Africa, they were definitely influenced by the elites. And the elites were the ones who wanted to continue. They were good under colonization. So they wanted to continue that. So what's happening in Africa is that, yeah, we've had independence for 60 years, going on, if not 70 years. But the reality of it is we really weren't independent. We were still following the ways of the colonizers. And I think now more people are realizing that, wait a minute, we really didn't have independence. Wait a minute, we really didn't have an indigenous African economy. And so therefore our culture is not even indigenous African anymore. I think now people are starting to re-Africanize themselves. The thing to see is, will the people who are re-Africanizing themselves, will they be the ones to push into the government, into leadership in the continent, and change the way things are? Urzuli, if you have something to say, you could add. No, I had to mute you because you was making a lot of noise in the background.
Yeah, I was making some avocado. What I'm saying is that we're quick to say, oh, the diaspora does not want to identify with Africa. But you know what the Asian did, the Japanese people did? They built up let me just use Japan only. The samurai alone gives somebody to be like, yeah, I got something to look back to. The ninjas. What has Africa done? They let people come through, show kids with pot bellies and flies going up their nose. So I understand what we're saying that, but okay, there's a lot of programming. How has Africa programmed the diaspora to be like, yeah, I'm proud to be African? And I said that since the 1800s, I'm gonna put Haiti in the shit too. Since 1940, when the Cacos were fighting the American invasion. Since then, what has Haiti done? Meaning that not the people alone, but the leadership.
I get you.
They have failed. All you see is Haiti. If you think about Haiti, probably, people leaving the country on boats, going to different islands, dying in the street. Like, come on, son. So if I understand what we're saying, but okay, when is what is the accountability that continent hasn't done shit to make that? You know what?
So you know what? Can I just interject here for a second?
Go ahead, bro.
The issue with the continent is that the continent is huge. It's 50 plus countries, right? And the reality of the continent is they have to get their shit together before they can really be reaching out to the rest of us. That's just the reality of it. They have to fix the continent first. In fact, in my opinion, most of the continent, when they talk about Pan-Africanism, they're really talking about within the continent. Because the truth is they have to fix that place first before they could think about Haiti, before they could think about the Caribbean or what's going on with all those Africans in Brazil. They got to fix that first. And you know something? We should want them to fix that first. And in fact, we should go and help them fix that first. Because that's really where our power is going to reside. You understand what I'm saying?
I agree. But at the moment we're talking about, these people right there, the ADOs, like your name alone is a bitch name. ADOs, African descendant of slaves. Really? Like
sounds like you've been tuning into Oni's what's it called again?
Great. I haven't really, but great minds think alike. What I'm saying is that why would I call myself ADOs, African American descendant of slaves? Not even African descendant of or descendant of POWs or something. Y'all lame. So these people like Tony, Yvette, like Yo, they're a bunch of grifters, if not agents.
Yo, can I get in for a minute, man?
Sure,
Go ahead,
D-Ron,
bro.
jump in.
Go ahead, bro.
And that I've kind of been asking that question, man, and like I've been throwing it out there like it's just being melanated enough. When you have people with such diverse ideology, which is in some points counteractive to each other, right? You trying to tell a black Christian, American to link up with an African, Muslim, like these people inherently wouldn't even like each other. Which leads me to go to the point of is it even worth trying to link every like black person? A lot of these people over here, man, I'll keep a buck with you. A lot of black Americans are fucking useless, man. Excuse my language, but they're useless, man. These people, you talking about men who can't change a tire, can't do basic things, and then when the women will tell you that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was the rise of the swirlers. You got a bunch of black men who can't do a lot of stuff, man. I hate to take it there, but it is. So it's like, I think you need to kind of, take your scope and bring it in a little bit, right? And build with people who have the same ideology as you, rather than just say all black people need to do this. All black people need to do that. If you're melanated, you need to, because a lot of these people, man, I think that's why a lot of leaders historically, a lot of black leaders who tried to unite a lot of people ended up either dead by their own people or destitute in the corner somewhere, broke, forgotten. You know what I'm saying? Until somebody read their books or some years later. But at the time, they was despised. You know what I'm saying? Martin Luther King was one of the despised people in America when he was killed. Same with Malcolm X. Same with a lot of these leaders. They was this Garvey. A lot of people were despised and ran off. So when you try to take all these people who not necessarily don't get along, you can't vet all these people, and you're trying to bring all these people together with different ideologies, you're gonna let some snakes in. You're gonna catch people who really hate you. You know what I'm saying? So I think the scope has to be brought in to like-minded people. You know your ideology, you know what you think, and you build with those people rather than try to bring in all these outsiders and all of this, And we also got to show Africa's respect. Like I said, it's 54 countries. Those countries was divided. Who drew the borders?
Right.
Who drew the borders? You talking to Igbo, the Dogbo, Tutsi, the Hutu, the Zulu. These are different
together.
Yeah, these are different tribes. So you kind of got to show them their respect and be like, what group are you talking about? And they all have different ideology as well. So we kind of got to take it in a little bit, man. I think we're being way too macro. We got to get to kind of the micro to kind of solve some of these problems,
I agree with you, Webb. I think that you build with builders. You don't build with farmers per se. If you're building a building, you build with builders, plumbers, carpenters, etc. And I think ultimately, and this is what I've been preaching for the longest, is you build where you are first, get used to building something, and then connect with builders at the home center. I think you're absolutely right with that. Mr. Untouchable, you wanted to add something to this?
No, I just wanted to respond to my great brother. my great brother is Zuli. When he says that Africa ain't do shit for us or whatever. And when he makes a statement like that, you have to remember that you're referring to yourself as well, because you ain't separated from Africa, bro.
Yeah.
You are African too. Yeah, I know that they give you a passport, a nice passport, which I consider to be traveling papers. But you are African too. So when you measure, I hope you measuring the great things that the children of Africa has accomplished in the West too. You know what I mean? Because that's immeasurable. And I don't want to get into the specifics to the individuals who would have done great things, not only in the West, but in the East as well. But as far as the separation game, we separated in a distant way. But listen, man, I think Malcolm X say a cat that has kittens in an oven are not called biscuits. You know what I mean? They are still there as much cats, just like the cat who born them. You was an African too. Just remember that. As far as being inclusive and including everyone, what D Webb was saying, I think me and D Webb had this discussion before, and I agreed with him, because when I talk about Pan-Africanism and building and things of that nature, I'm talking about like-minded individuals, just like Gavi say some black people are no good in the West. So why would we believe that they would be any good in Africa? I don't want to take no knuckleheads with me to Africa. If my intention is to do a specific goal right? Then I need people who have the ability to carry out these goals that I have in mind. So I ain't gonna just choose any random off the street. Some people don't have the mentality and the ideology or what our eventual purpose is, whether either in America or in the Caribbean or Africa. They are out. I'm not even into that kind of go. I don't even care what they think. They are pan-Europeans. They are pan-Europeans and they're gonna die as pan-Europeans. So for me, I'm not gonna argue with them and go back and forth with them. I'm gonna speak to brothers like y'all, doers who really purposeful, who really trying to do things either here or in America or in Africa or wherever, because I know we're gonna really try to get active and get things done. You know, Bobo the Schmo on the street corners, he ain't trying to live that lifestyle. You give him $1 million and he gonna live just like the best European in Europe. You know, give him $1 million, give him a lottery. You watch what they do with that money.
He'll be broke in a week.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I said he'll be broke in a week with that $1 million.
Well, because his mind is he have that mind of spending. He's a consumer, and we consumers too. What we can get away from, we can get away from. But ultimately, we are purposeful in our goals, and it's not to be inclusive of the whole thing. You know what I mean? Noah's Ark only take 8 people with them. You know, so I ain't including everybody in that mix. Like I say, I agree with D-Web. You have to refine it to the people who you're actually speaking to, and if you could implore them and activate them to do something that is purposeful, either here or over there, we're gonna do that. But we about this business.
I'm gonna let Uzuli respond to all of that in a second. In the chat, BB Rodriguez agrees with Uzuli. Not surprised. KW Don 7 says there are no African countries. These are neo-colonial properties being managed by a bourgeoisie class beholden to Western interests. That's well stated. BB Rodriguez says evidence of these funky self-hating wigs. Evidence of these funky self-hating wigs. Keter agrees with what KW Don 7 said, which I agree with what KW Don 7 said as well. Bobby Wright said, Brother Zuli has to understand, Africans didn't identify as Africans until so-called independence. Before that, they identified by ethnic cultural groups. This is what D. Webb was referring to, I believe. BB tells Zuli to go there. Okay. Bobby Wright says, yes, Koku, Pan-African unity has to take place in Africa too. Absolutely. Keter says, Japan wasn't colonized. The US/EU has a rigid economical system. African countries are seen as areas for markets and resource extraction. African countries aren't allowed to manufacture. BB asks Keter, so who something, I don't know what that is. The learning curve, that's the revolutionary matron. Hey, what's up, wait? What's up, matron? The matron says pan-Europeanism is a thing. Shaking my head. Absolutely. Keter says whites united under Christianity. Blacks have to unite under race. Because we are so diverse, race is the only thing that could unite us.
I don't know. I got to disagree with that, yo. I don't think whites united under Christianity. There's plenty of non-Christian why a lot of Muslim whites and stuff like that. Yes. They united to kick your ass. They united economically.
They're like, right.
But it is what it is.
Okay. I appreciate that, D-Web. The learning curve says there are a lot of useless Europeans too. Yeah, absolutely. All through Europe. BB Rodriguez says to Keter, so who owns Africa then if they are not sovereign independent nations? The part that is not being discussed is the same leaders in control are the descendants of the slave traders. I don't know about that. Keto says to the learning curve, so true. The learning curve says peace to the chat, peace to you too. Keto says to BB, Africans united and got rid of colonialism. The West bounced back with institutionalized neocolonialism. And that's the stage we're fighting now. BB says, why would the trafficked descendants of the Atlantic slave trade help those who have not atoned properly, nor have they created true solidarity again? Where were West African delegates at CARICOM? So BB has like a canned response, I noticed. I'm just going to put this out there, BB. You have a canned response that we could rely on every time there's a show when it comes to West Africans and atonement, etc. And I do agree that there needs to be some more outreach. But Erzuli, you have the last word.
I'm just saying that from Africa has a great history, whatever, right? How has the African, we say that there's 54 or whatever, 50 countries over there. Dude, what have I, for example, I'm gonna say this. I'm proud to be Haitian, not because of Haitians. I'm proud to be Haitian because of what Jean-Jacques Dessalines did. If them niggas ain't do shit, I would be like, I'm black. Okay? The nation has to give you something to be proud of. Yes, history-wise, when you look back, oh yes, Africa did this, the pyramids. Yes, yes, yes. But we're talking about the new diaspora now. All they do is assimilate to one dominant culture. They don't even, a lot of the African people don't even celebrate their own mythology. So at the end of the day, I understand what people are saying, but I'm saying I feel that Africa as a continent hasn't done enough propaganda, programming to make the diaspora in America be like, yeah, I want to be down. You think, hold on, let me finish. You think, let's take the Congo. You think if the Congo was a thriving or powerful military country or whatever, you think grifter ass Tariq Nasheed would have been saying all of that? No. So you have to give the people something to make them proud. Let me see. Why are you proud to be Bahamian? Why are you proud to be Jamaican? What does Jamaica do for you to make you say, yes, I'm Jamaican? What does Haiti do for you to make, yeah, me? What Haiti did for me, it gave me Jean-Jacques Dessalines. That's what it gave me.
Yeah, but
so go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead, finish, bro.
I'm just saying, it's like African American may be like, you know what? We got Malcolm X, makes me, or Martin Luther King, or Harriet Tubman. What happened? Okay, Africa, Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara. There's a lot of fighters pre-1800 that we don't know because, you know, the power that we don't want you to let you know that you was warriors. But how has the people, where are the folklore? Where are the music? Come on, man. Where's the freaking, yo, I'm gonna say something. You know that big statue that's in Ghana where the man is holding the woman and the baby?
Yeah.
You know who created that? An Asian man. What has Africa done? I made the research. An Asian man went to your country and created that. Come on. Let's not talk about, oh, we want to build the barrel. I'm not dealing with the barrel maker. Shout out to him. He's supposed to do that. That big statue, which I adore. And you know what? I knew there was something strange because the woman had straight flowing hair. You know who made that? It was an Asian artist. So the leadership there couldn't find one of their people? Come on, son. Now we want to be mad at the diaspora for being like, nah, I don't really want to mess with y'all. Come on. Come on.
Erzuli, you know who Fela Kuti is?
Fela Kuti, of course. Fela Kuti is the singer, the crazy dude who's very good. Yeah, I know who he is.
So when you say where's the music, why wouldn't you relate that music that was coming out of Fela Kuti was like a Bob Marley in Africa?
Okay, Fela Kuti. This is what I'm saying. Fela Kuti was Bob Marley in Africa. When did you find out about Fela Kuti?
Years ago, brother.
You know, the Fela Kuti is Sean Kuti is Fumi Kuti is his son Sean Kuti. I know that, but you know what? That's because I do my research, Mr. Untouchable. How has Africa bigged up Fela Kuti if it's not Nigeria?
Yeah, but
What I'm trying to say, Mr. Untouchable, is that yo, you individualistic, they have some shit. I'm not gonna say black people haven't done great shit individually. I cannot say that. But I'm saying you just said Fela Kuti perfect, right? They had to
yes.
play here in America a couple of years back, but go ask anybody. Go ask anybody if about this diaspora, if they know about Fela Kuti. Fela Kuti, me and you know. People in here know. People who want to know. So
Hey,
I'm just
Razuli, let me ask you a quick question. Who won the Vietnam War?
Who won the Vietnam War? They say the Vietnamese did.
Who's they?
The people who wrote the story.
Not the Americans, though.
What do you mean?
Americans will lead you to believe that they won in Vietnam. It's only
they never say that, Goku. I've never seen an American say they won in Vietnam.
Americans always intimate that they handled that Vietnamese situation. It's the Vietnamese who really tell you that they beat them. What I'm trying to get at is what Keter is saying in the chat. He's saying that Western propaganda won't allow positive African images, bro. That's the psychological warfare we're waging, right?
Goku, we not men? We not men?
Oh, we are men.
So okay.
But war is war, though.
What I'm saying.
Are we winning the war?
Are we what?
Are we currently winning the war?
Hell no.
Yeah, but the problem what I'm having is that Arzuli, if I get them correct, he's saying that it's not the fact that we even winning the war. He say Africans ain't even fighting for themselves. And what I'm trying to point out is well, today in contemporary Africa, he's suggesting that they are not fighting in contemporary Africa. But if I mention a person like when he says, where's the music? I mentioned Fela Kuti. He mentioned Sean Kuti, which is his son, who continuously talking about these things and doing things in Africa. If I was to mention Magafuli, a guy who just died, probably died because of that so-called thing that we had considered pandemic business. If I mention people like Julius Malema, I'm sure you understand who Julius Malema is in South Africa. If I was to mention the brother in what's the country, Rwanda, Kagame, and the things that the achievements that he is accomplishment in these countries, while the West is fighting him and telling him well, he should behave like this and that and the third. You know what I mean? These are contemporary Africans actively trying to do certain things with their community. But it's like they ain't doing absolutely nothing because we don't hear them from where we standing on. And it's like the only in America, I feel sometimes, not always, but in America, you have a particular echo chamber. So you so far, you only hearing things from that echo chamber. But if you was to just come out of that echo chamber, you would see. I was just listening today. I was just listening to Sean Kuti, Fela Kuti's son. He was in Brazil, because the black Brazilians pick up on his father's music. And they was jamming off of Fela Kuti old music, what he would have created back in the 80s. So these things are happening outside of the echo chamber that you are actually in. You know what I mean? And this is the problem I'm saying, because you talking absolutes, and all I'm saying is with the absolutes that you mentioning, if you was to come out of that echo chamber, you may hear a completely different perspective. We had this discussion last week. You mentioned to me specifically about the Bahamian issue, and the Haitian issue, and you had come to a particular conclusion until I was able, I had the ability to present the other side of the story. And when I presented the other side of the story, it was like, oh, okay, I understand a little bit better now. This is the problem I have sometimes from time to time, but I'll just leave it to the panel.
Bibi Rodriguez in the chat says, where was West African nations during the League of Nations? They had seats and Black Americans were being beat in the streets and hung. Again, where are these atoning West Africans? Sister Soldier Voice. Cater says, the League of Nations had no African nations in it. Bibi Rodriguez says, West Africans never demanded our return, nor did they declare war against Western European for our 500-year bondage. So how is this Pan-African position helping the descendants of the Atlantic slave trade. You know,
hold on. Like this is what I'm saying, Mr. Untouchable. Last week when I said this, I was not saying everybody felt the same way. I was just pointing out that news that came out of the Bahamas. But yes, I understand definitely what you're saying. But this is what I'm saying is the leadership. Shouldn't you have leadership that knows about the Minister of Propaganda? Where is that minister? What I'm saying is it's not reaching here. It's not reaching here. But you know what's reaching here? Do you know what's reaching the Americas now? That music. What's the music? Afrobeats. Afrobeats could reach here, but they can't create no other propaganda, right? The Afrobeats that's about to imitate the same way that rap talks about people now.
Because Afrobeat is not politicized music.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, Mr. Untouchable. We got to own that, son.
No, I feel you. I agree. Listen, bro, I agree with you 100%. Listen, if Zouk and music from Haiti, if that was really politicized music, that would get no play in South Florida. Yeah, because you don't want to so-called program the minds of the Haitian community in South Florida. So you're gonna be. They did it in South Africa. Bob Marley music couldn't play in South Africa for when it was under the apartheid regime. There are certain see, you think that I feel like sometimes, and I may be wrong, that you live in a so-called free society. But the reality is, yes, society and what you hear and see is extremely controlled. And you know that because we just was talking about what was happening in Haiti last week. And you say y'all believe, and you yourself, you say y'all believe that story. So you understand the barrel maker and how he played. You know what I mean? And what the information that is filtered to the regular person on the street in the country that you live in. You understand that. So, but you acting brand new that you don't hear that information filtered out of Africa. You know, if you really want to hear the real news of Africans, more or less you're gonna have to talk to Africa. No, you can't even talk to the leaders of Africa because you know that a lot of them. Well, let me leave that. But I'm just saying, if you want to hear the truth and what's going on the ground, really in anywhere, you must talk to the people, brother. That's just what it is.
In the chat, the learning curve says that, they exile the old kingdoms. They will never ask for our return because they have a different mindset from us. Mr. Bobby Wright says to Uzuli, he said, Mr. Uzuli hasn't heard of Kemi Seba. He goes hard for Pan-Africanism. We highlighted Kemi twice on Shoot the Breeze over the last few weeks. Bobby Wright says to me, he says, Coco, remember in the 90s, they killed reggae and created dancehall to dumb down the people. That's a fact. That's a fact. I could remember late 80s, maybe like 89 or so. I remember when dancehall started to take off, and all of a sudden roots reggae took a backseat. And that became the popular thing, to the point where roots reggae artists were starting to do dancehall, even now. So anyway, I think we've tackled that prompt pretty well. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is protecting the tribe. The newest motto for our people is protecting the tribe. The newest motto for our people. I want to pull up a link that was attached to this. And by the way, you guys in the chat, I'm glad to hear from BB and Ketter and Mr. Bobby Wright and KW7, but there's more of you out there. Post your opinions. You know, this is Shoot the Breeze. This is where we sitting back, laying back, drinking on whatever we're drinking on, relaxing, having a conversation, you know, some lighter intellectual thought and discussion. So let's so make sure you join the conversation, right? So here's this video that came along with this prompt. I'm going to play it, and then we'll discuss it.
Peace. My name is Haven Bullis, and today I'm here to bring you this video. As you can see, the #1 trending topic in America right now is secure the tribe. It's not just in Black Twitter. This is America. The entire United States of America. That means you could be living in Kansas and be Mexican and open your phone to Twitter. This is going to be the first thing you see. trending in the country. Number 6 is Africans, which is also related to this. Secure the Tribe was literally an FBA, ADOS Twitter space, which is basically Clubhouse, but on Twitter space room, where all they did was blame black immigrants. You see it says immigrants, so you know they just talking about black immigrants. Blame immigrants, especially Africans, for all their problems. Talked about how they're actually indigenous and they're not from Africa. And cried and said how they need special government protection from Africans. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I didn't need to watch the whole thing. I watched enough, and you already know what they do. Because they can't compete with Africans on an even playing field. So you know how they do. Africans come in here taking all our jobs. We can't compete with them. The government got to make special arrangement because they come in here. They so educated. They so smart. We can't compete with them. We need our own special group, and we need the government to give us affirmative action for this special group where they guarantee us jobs no matter if we perform at a high level or we qualify for them or not. Every negative stereotype that people have of black people in America, these niggas was showing in this fucking room. And again, this is trending in America, and it's also like trending worldwide. Any place where there's a lot of black people, it might not be number one, but it's definitely trending. Because you got black people all over the world saying, I didn't know black people in America was this stupid. I didn't know black people in America thought like this. I didn't know black people in America really thought that they was Native Americans. And I don't get it. You're a Native American, but you're waving the American flag of the people who took your land and enslaved you, killed you, genocided you, and put you on reservations. But you're waving that flag. Do you have any idea how stupid they made black people look on this thing? And this is why I go so hard. Because people keep saying you're clout chasing. Oh, why does it matter? Who cares? It matters because of stuff like this. When you allow people to speak and claim to be your leader, you need to voice and say that you don't represent me. You're not my leader. Because when stuff like this happen, it's going to be a little too late to do that if you weren't doing that before. That's why it matters. This man literally sat in front of the entire world because Tariq was on it too. So it was Tariq and somebody else. Sat in front of the entire world. Not just the entire diaspora, the entire world, and peddled a bunch of nonsense foolishness that can be debunked so easily that it's not even worth mentioning. And then they claim that they represented black people while doing it. This is like black people in America going from zero to hero. This is like replacing a crown with a dunce hat. This has done major damage to the image of black people. So you got black people from all over the world. Black people in America. Because you got black people from all over the world trying to educate black people in America, thinking that they got to educate us to let us know that, slavery did happen. And you came from Africa. You're not indigenous. Africans are not responsible for all your problems. And maybe if you work a little bit harder, you wouldn't have to be crying to the government for more handouts because you're sitting here crying saying you can't compete with Africans. You just can't do it. If the job come down between you and the African will get the job or get the promotion because you just can't compete. And white supremacy. But you still going to turn around and beg white supremacy to protect you from the people that white supremacy is elevating over you, which is nonsense. This is why I go so hard. And this is why when I said that before, I meant it. When I said that you can't kill these people. You only can turn them into zombies. You can't kill them. You can't kill them. No matter how much you want to, no matter how much you debunk them, no matter how much you shut them down, you destroy them, you cannot kill them. And this is what I'm talking about. Because one day you smashing on the ideology and it disappeared, and then the next day it's the #1 trending topic in the fucking country. Good God, man. And this is why I gave the eulogy in 2019, talking about how black people done survived slavery, Jim Crow, the lynchings, police brutality, redlining, mass incarceration, on and on and on and on and on. But we could not survive the smartphone and social media. And I'm going to end this video here. Like, share, subscribe, drop me a comment, tell me what you're thinking. On that note, family, peace.
All right, that's Haven Bullets. I didn't think I heard much from Kevin Carre last time. Kevin Carre, what say you to that?
I'm like, listen, I'm seeing the writing on the wall. As we said earlier, we got to worry about our own like-minded people. That's who we got to build with. You know, the carpenter does not build the farmer. The carpenter builds with other carpenters. The farmer grows food with other farmers. You know, why are we still trying to, you know, get along? It's not happening. It's not going to happen. We just got to use what we have, where we are, and just build together. I digress.
Let's welcome in Oni to the panel. Oni, what say you? You're muted, brother.
Yeah, well, first I got to start off with how the youth say "you're." No, I'm joking. Anyway, but what was I mean, I don't know if it's that serious to say a eulogy, but I would say this is chickens coming home to roost. All right. So tomorrow I'm gonna be on the pro-black perspective. You guys know. I'm gonna talk about this. I don't know if we're gonna talk about it today, but there's this video of that dude talking to Bill Cosby. Some black man. He's pretty popular now, and he apparently back in the day, Bill Cosby did his little pound cake speech and everything, whatever. So he came out and was like, "Oh, you can't be on that personal accountability. You got to be about that institutional, and the institutions are oppressing you, so on and so forth." And the thing is this: that when you take that institution rhetoric, which is not necessarily untrue, right? But when you take that rhetoric and you make it replace the personal accountability rhetoric, right? Everything else kind of falls in line. Like the logic that the ADOS is pushing right now is, well, we need the government to save us.
Yeah.
And what's impeding our government from saving us? And what is the government doing to save us? Well, clearly the government is not trying to save us. They're taking in these other people, and these other people are more qualified and they're skilled and they're this and they don't have the baggage and blah 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 blah. When you what we did, we had the academics come tell us that, you know, academics said we were soft and told us why we were soft and explained to us that we are going to be soft as long as this white boy don't harden us, right? Whereas, you know, and I'm not saying I'm a Bill Cosby fan or not. You know, I didn't really watch the show growing up, but what I could say is that Bill Cosby was there telling, look, you harden yourself, you know. Shout out to Harsh Reality Podcast. Harsh Reality Podcast got that same mentality. Harden yourself. You know, you were doing the podcast last week on the KWAZ radio network where you talk about you know, abundance mindset and just, you say you're not an imposter, just harden yourself, right? And because we took away that rhetoric, that's where this comes in. So I wouldn't even say it's the social media era, because again, you know, this dude was attacking Bill Cosby you know, before social media was a thing, right? What it is that we have softness and it's spread. You know, if everybody who went to university, particularly during the 90s or 2000s, you know, we saw it firsthand. You know, we saw we had to take liberal arts classes and they were just softening us. And now what you have is that you have a generation of soft black folk, and this is the logical consequence. It's chickens coming home to roost. We wanted to be pitied, and now we're pitiful.
Let's hear from Uzuli next. Uzuli, what say you?
I don't even know what to say. It's the same thing that we were discussing earlier. It's like what he's saying is that what I see is a shift of blame from the immigrants that just came in Okay, the immigrants that they just let in, the
Afghani.
Afghanis, I think it's a political move to shift the blame from them to the Africans. To shift the anger where the anger should be directed at. How come you letting these people come in? If we've been here, they invested like $400 million into them or something like that. So now they're shifting to blame from these immigrants to the African or Caribbean immigrants. So to me, it's the same thing, like fighting amongst each other, fighting for crumbs. And the ADOS is not fighting for, it's just fighting for crumbs. And in the end, we don't win. When the house is divided, we don't win. Like, what was that thing when two elephants fight, the grass is not something, I forgot what it is, but we're not gonna win. We were losing already. So I don't even know what to say. Like this guy, that Haven's bullet is like, sometimes I listen to him, sometimes he'd be going, I don't like what he's saying, but you're right, you're begging the same person you said that was the oppressor to help you against other people of your same complexion. Like, I don't get this. So I think it's an L, man. We've been losing. I don't understand it. This war that's starting over and over between black people, and like the guy said in the chat, Keter, I think, if we can't unite ethnically, we got to unite on racial ground. If not, this shit is gonna be, well, we're already losing. So I don't see no coming back.
Is D Web around?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Webb. What say you to this? Is protecting the tribe the newest motto for our people?
For our people, hell no. Maybe for other people, but also the thing is too, man, you gotta realize they manipulate trending topics, man. Yeah. They got this algorithm, they boost what they want and they suppress what they want, you know. And we all know that the Bird app is trying to change the narrative and push division. So you can't really go off that, you know. And it kind of goes in with chill out. It kind of goes in what I saw on the matron put in earlier. She spoke on, like, they have useless Europeans. They can have useless Europeans. We can't have useless Africans. We can't have useless. We're losing. When you're losing, you can't have stragglers. You know what I'm saying? If you look at China specifically pushed initiatives to create masculine men and feminine women. They're doing that on purpose because they know when you're fighting the most equipped enemy, when you're fighting a person who's in lead, you can't have stragglers because you have to run faster. Okay? That was my point in talking about these useless Negroes. We can't afford these useless Negroes. You have to leave these useless Negroes behind because you're never gonna catch up. Period. Point blank. And also, you know, if you look at what's going on to the original topic, right? This secure the tribe crap, right? That male dude who hosted that ridiculous space, right? That's his motto. It's in his bio. Is that secure the tribe crap? This dude has 4,000 followers. Check it out. This dude has Seminole in his profile with a Malcolm X hat on. Yeah. Straight clown. How does he have more followers than anybody in this chat right now? It tells you the state of black people. It's ridiculous. This dude has a Malcolm X hat on with Seminole indigenous in his profile and secure the tribe. Where your papers at, homeboy? I'm in Florida. I can go to the Seminole tribe right now and see if you're on the papers. I guarantee you ain't, and they get a check every year. They don't have to work, okay? They get a check. They get paid. They have deals with the state of Florida for casinos and all types of stuff, upon which they discriminate against the black Seminoles. But that's your claim to fame? And this is who leading you. This is who talking about he putting spaces on the map. That's what I'm saying. These are bubbleheads, yo. We have to leave these people behind. Like, if they want to do that, do that. Have fun. Enjoy assimilating and being still at the bottom cast, right? They still gonna shit on you. So that's all I got on this, man. I gotta put this kid to bed. I'll be back in a few though.
All right, gotcha. I appreciate it. Shout out to D-Web, man, doing double duty on the panel here, rocking small kids to sleep at the same time. Shout out to that brother. That's what we need. That's the kind of people we need. And by the way, you guys check out the Harsh Reality Podcast Presents. They just dropped a new episode. I believe that was yesterday morning. Make sure you guys check out, subscribe to the channel, give it a thumbs up. give it a watch and drop some comments. A couple of people dropped some comments. I think the matron, myself, maybe Bobby Wright or someone too. But you guys check it out, man. Bobby Wright says D-Web is 100% right. It's stupidity and it's a shame. You know what I mean? Mr. Untouchable, before I go to you, I just want to show y'all something. This is the joke that these guys like Tariq and them are really running on black folks. And we got black folks.
Yo, Coco, let me say something real quick, right? Real quick. This guy, Tariq, refuses to acknowledge Malcolm X because he's not freaking so-called FDA, bro.
Because his mom is grenading, yep.
Yes. Oh, my God. Go ahead, bro.
So this, speaking of Tariq Nasheed, I just wanted to share this lousiness here. This is the joke. I'm just going to play a few seconds of it, just in case you guys didn't see it. This is Tariq Nasheed's latest hit song, I guess.
Government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government.
Like I said, I was only playing a few seconds of that, but that's the joke that our situation is for guys like this. And we've got a contingent, online is just a small number. Who knows what? Because this guy has shows on live streams where he's pulling 8,000-9,000 people. You see what I'm saying? We don't know what these folks are indoctrinating their children or children around them with. But is this nonsense here, Mr. Untouchable? What say you to this prompt?
What can I say what D-Web hasn't said already? I mean, he did it so eloquently. Then he went to put his kid to bed, man. He's about that life. From this video, see, the funny thing is, it's unfortunate. What's unfortunate is that he does these things, these little small parodies and saying things like that because they appeal to a particular group of people, in particular young people. They don't want to engage in really serious intellectual discussions or contextualize what is actually going on. What do they want to do? They want to tell the jokes, they want to laugh, they want to point the finger. And these images are just they're beyond childish. And it's almost like he detaches them from Black American history, because in Black American history they used to have things called corn films or corn flicks, where they would go into the South and just watch the different behaviors of young black men or older men in the South. They used to call it corn films, eating watermelon and things like that. Then they used to make parodies of these things, black men in the South. And it's interesting that a black man in 2020 is emulating what the white supremacists, like he always like to say, used to do back in the 30s and the 40s, which is make parodies of young black males. I think that's interesting, but it's just the young people who he appeals to, they really would never research this or even know about it. They doing the same thing which the white supremacists used to do to the Black Americans when they used to see parodies of black males eating watermelons and playing little games and things like that, and they used to point and laugh at them, called corn films. And he's engaging in the same behavior as a black male person. And he's supposed to be a historian. Get that? Yeah. Needless to say, I just want to say the only I thought with your thing on Dr. Smalls last week, Dr. James Smalls, I thought that was hilarious, man. I really did. But I appreciated your comments on them anyways. But back to the Palo Bros.
Do you remember, speaking of trying to erase history, do you remember when Tariq Nasheed tried to get rid of the RGB flag, saying it looked like the LGBT flag and trying to sell his own flag?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. The melanation or something it was called.
I forgot.
Yeah.
He has so much scams, man.
BB Rodriguez says D-Web addressed the issues very good. She said the parodies that Mr. Untouchable was talking about became blackface. KW Don 7 says it is government of the USA that has marginalized Africans in America, to which Tariq and his FBA flunkies will have begged for reparations and tangibles from. I want to read that again. That's a good point. It is the very government of the USA that has marginalized Africans in America, to which Tariq and his FBA flunkies, I always say FBI, FBA flunkies will have begged for reparations and tangibles from. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. I mean, this guy said, not only did he denounce Malcolm, but he said that is it John Henry Clark he said was wrong about Pan-Africanism and whatnot. I mean, and this is who the youth are listening to, and he's using the tactics like silly parodies and music and silly imagery, laughter, to get adherents to his side. That's why I say we got to nip this shit in the bud, or we definitely have to counter the messages.
Let me just say, I appreciate it, Mr. Untouchable, for the listen. I would just say, I think one of the things that we're not, like, one of the things I peeped, or somebody at least informed me, was that Tariq Nasheed's actually like a comedian. Like, he's an entertainer.
Yeah.
I didn't really get the whole government song, but he's an entertainer. Like, I knew this one guy, he was a coon, but he was telling me, I think somebody was like going into an argument with Tariq Nasheed, and he's like, you shouldn't do that because Tariq Nasheed likes digging up people's past and put it in their face, and really like he lives for the internet arguments. He lives for the disputes, the disses, the back and forths, the conflicts, all that kind of stuff. And he's like, he's gonna destroy that guy or whatever, right? It might have been the Umar Johnson fight, I don't know, but the point being that he's just an entertainer, and a lot of our people are looking for entertainment and infotainment.
Yep.
And I think we go back to what we were saying earlier about, the Pan-Africanists don't do enough to like entertain, infotain, just get out there, be in your face. Because what happens is that when we don't, someone else does. And one of the things that we did, honestly, was that when Tariq did it, when Tariq showed a way to entertain people, infotain people, we kind of pushed it. Not me personally, but a lot of the older Black Pan-Africanists, like I was, in Brooklyn, and I saw this firsthand where they were like, let's try to screen his Hidden Colors.
Yeah.
Let's pull it off. Let's did you get Hidden Colors there? Let's introduce him to so on and so forth. So like I think there was a brother on Twitter, his name's Chris Marshall. He was saying that one of the reasons why FBA and ADOS is big is because like the elders of our community stay sanctioning it.
Yeah.
The big names in our community, like I just said, James Smalls and them, or even like I like Leonard Jeffries, right? But Leonard Jeffries would sit up with James Smalls all the time.
Yeah.
Or he would sit up with Tariq Nasheed, he'd sit up with Umar Johnson. We have of course most of us are gonna say the elders don't really have that much reach, because I say Leonard Jeffries, people say who, right? Mm-hmm. But notwithstanding, you have your Leonard Jeffries, you have your Dr. Clark, you have your Dr. Ben, you have your Amos Wilson, you have those people, and they would associate with, your Sarah Sutensetti, your Polite, your Tariq Nasheed, your Yvette Carnell, your Boyce Watkins, whatever. And when you have that, right, because they do have more reach, right? It really comes down to, like, my experience when I was in this organization was that it was really hard to get young people, and the elders were desperate to get young people, and I couldn't get the young people, but Tariq could, and the issue is that, and it comes back, like, I'll tell you this for a fact. It was one of the issues I had with, the organization I was in, which was, the UAM, Ultimax was leading. He said that if it takes a snake to get something done, I'll use a snake, right? And I kind of disagree with that. You wouldn't want to use a snake, right, to get something done, right? But at the same time, it's like, if you don't use a snake, how do you get it done? So there's a real dilemma in the Black community of how do you reach out to a people that were like divorced from, and then what it's very, very complicated because you try many methods. You try, you want to try the conscious outreach, like God hop, like it's like hip hop, but conscious or whatever, right? Yes, the rock in them, right? You want to try that, but even that doesn't have a reach, so it's just, what do you do? How do you do it? And we're real humans making real decisions, real tactics, and a lot of times we just make the mistake. We say, okay, let's give this guy a hit. Let's give Hidden Colors a go, and then boom, now you have this, But then what do? How do you get young people? Because I'll tell you the truth. That organization I was a part of, it died. And by died, I mean they were all like, I was the youngest person there by like 10 years, right? And everybody just died, more or less. You know what I mean? Like all I get in my emails these days is just, oh, this person passed, this person passed, this person passed. That's it. Like they didn't know how to rejuvenate themselves. I tried, but it's just not. It's just like real life. It's difficult. So now you have more people talking that conscious stuff, but again, how do you make conscious stuff palatable to people? Because that's what Tariq is doing. That's what the NOI was doing. It was making it palatable. You calling white folk devils, or you calling us, Native Americans or something, right? That makes it so that it's palatable to us, as opposed to, like, if I say it, the way I say it is, y'all are doomed. You know what I mean? Nobody want to hear that.
Right.
But I'm telling like I is this, but it is what it is.
In the chat, Bobby Wright says Tariq is doing what pimps do, prey on weak minds. KW Don 7 says Tariq claimed that Elijah Muhammad was a better leader than Garvey, shaking my damn head. KW Don 7 goes on to say Tariq Nasheed's brand of entertainment is the equivalent of Novocaine when you are having dental work done. BB Rodriguez says Nasheed, or Nashit, is a duplicitous piece of shit grift, and his minions are in danger for the major dupe. I agree with that too. We're waiting for that shoe to drop now. You know what? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is, what do you think about the way Zaya Wade chose to honor Kobe Bryant? So as you guys might or might not know, Kobe Bryant, the former basketball player who died in a helicopter crash 2 years ago, the anniversary just passed late in January, like January 30th or something like that. And fellow basketball player Dwayne Wade, who we've talked about before on Shoot the Breeze, he has a son who is out here perpetrating to be a young woman. And so this young son of his did this honoring of Kobe Bryant, and this prompt comes with a picture. Let me just share the screen and show you all the picture. That's it. So this is Zaya Wade. If I knew the kid's real name, I would have dropped it. This is Zaya Wade. This kid must be like 13, 14 now. It looks like he's about 6'5" now. But this kid is wearing a dress or a skirt with a number 8 Lakers blouse, it seems like. So B. Rodriguez says, I'm with this eugenics project. So the problem says, what do you think about the way Zaya Wade chose to honor Kobe Bryant? Kevin Carey, let's start with you.
I cannot stand the Wades. Why do they even exist? But you know what? What can you really do at this point? As Azurism was saying, another L, man. We can all speak up about it, but the Negroes will just forget about it.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
I can't get mad at mental illness. The boy is sick. He have sick parents. I can't. I mean, I could have a condemnation party, but I know that he has mental issues, and I know his parents also has mental issues. So this is the result. So I can't get too mad at it, you know. But that's just me for this one.
In the chat, Bibi Rodriguez says, I'm with this eugenics project. She also says, prayer, closet time. I can't without people participating in our demise. And KW Don 7 reminds me that the kid's real name is Zion. Zion is the name. Urzuli, is this another L? What do you think of this honoring of Kobe Bryant by Zion Wade? Unmute your mic, brother. Or maybe Urzuli's not here. Okay. Oni, what say you?
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, this kid's obviously feeding for attention, you know, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to blame a child for, you know, feeding for attention. It's weird that we give him attention, you know, like it's all sorts of weird. People say that it's not Dwayne, but it's Gabrielle Union. I mean, obviously, you know, Dwayne is his son, so he got some problems. You know, maybe the legs is on point. You know, a lot of us thought it would have been from Bring It On, so maybe, you know, maybe. But like, you know, I mean, like I can't blame. I mean, it sucks for this kid, you know, because he gonna wake up one day and be like, "Damn, I did all that." You know, or you know, like this kid does not have a promising future if he doesn't wake up, because you know, yeah. So that's just a sad thing. Like this is a kid dying, you know, like this is a kid dying in front of our faces, you know, like and it might be even like a suicide someday, you know. So yeah, I mean it sucks, but you know, in the words of that Butler and the Boondocks, wouldn't let that shit happen to me though.
You know, you said something just now that reminded me of a thought I had. I had that same thought for Magic Johnson's kid. I'm like, we're going to read about this 6'5" power forward built kid dying or something because of all these antics he's doing. Ketter in the chat says what Oni said. They weaken us, but now they're confusing us. Bibi Rodriguez says, well, Magic's son said he's living his or her best life. Good luck with that. Bibi said to me, she was crying. This is making her sick. She's sick of this eugenics project. D-Web, are you back? Or are you still...
No, I'm back. I'm back. I handled my. I got it packed now. You know, I got this down packed.
I got you.
But but like I said, like everybody said, I agree with Mr. Untouchable. I agree with Oni. I agree with Kevin Carre. Is this, you know, I'm not gonna go in on this. Is what is he 14 or something? You know, and they've been coddling to this, you know, mental illness that this young boy has for the clout, as they say, for the trending topic and being bolstered in these Hollywood circles by basically sacrificing their son. You know, so hopefully they don't have this young boy on hormone blockers and stuff like that that's gonna stunt his development. Because I think Magic's son came out after he had already at least been you know, developed physically, right?
Yeah.
They had this boy 11 years old at Pride Parades, you know, so who knows what weirdness they got going on while his body's still trying to develop, you know what I'm saying? It's just, and it's a shame. But I will say they are kind of trying to shift the consciousness. I seen, I don't know who this rapper is, but I think recently some rapper came out, I guess, as being on the DL. I think he's on that label with what's the dude name? Kendrick Lamar and stuff.
Okay.
TDE, and he came out, some tape or something came out with him, you know, engaging in some homosexual acts, I believe. And a lot of a couple rappers came out, was like, yo, you know, that's that man's, you know, choice, that's that man's, you know, life, we still gonna rock with him and things like that. And what you're trying to see is a normalization of kind of like this deviancy, you know what I'm saying? Like we know that was like despite what they're trying to do, hip hop was like the last stop in terms of like we not participating in this, right? And you're seeing that they're even trying to infiltrate that last little area where it's like, okay, it's men and it's this hetero behavior over here, right? And you're kind of seeing them trying to infiltrate that. And I think this is just part of that ongoing agenda where they're trying to, keep pushing whatever they push. And this poor boy is just a victim of the whole agenda, pretty much.
The learning curve, that's the revolutionary matron. She says he has a sick stepmom that is making him sick. Bibi Rodriguez says we must have multiple emergency regional meetings to address our pertinent decay in the community. The learning curve comes back again and says his father won't stand up and protect him. Yeah, that's the facts of that too. D. Wade is a hoe himself. And so he won't do the right thing and instill some manhood into his child. The learning curve says she agrees with Bibi. Keeter says she's taking revenge for Wade's cheating, feminizing his son. I think I talked about this before, but Wade, Gabrielle Union also has some man hate, I think, from her history. She was raped at 19. And I think that plays a big role in how she carries herself as well, being kind of loud and all that kind of stuff. So I think there's that as well. Kevin Curry, I'll give you the last word on this prompt.
Yeah. All I can say is mental illness.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 5. We're halfway through the topics tonight. So we're making good time. I like that. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 says, any thoughts on Sam, the young billionaire living in the Bahamas? Let's see if we really should care anything about Sam. Let me share this screen with you guys. And we'll watch this video here. All right, let's watch this video, then we'll comment on it.
Okay, the guy you see next to me is the most generous billionaire in the world, and I found him.
Hi, my name is Sam, and this is my story.
Sam has crazy hair. Sam is vegan. Sam sleeps 5 hours a night. Sam lives in the Bahamas with 10 roommates. Sam is 29 years old only, but Sam has $22 billion. And he wants to donate all of it to charity. But why?
Well, for many reasons.
I flew all the way from Dubai to the Bahamas to tell you the incredible story of Sam Bankman-Fried. Ever since Sam was a kid, he wanted to get rich, really, really rich, but not for the reasons you think.
I wanted to get rich not because I like money, but because I wanted to give that money to charity.
So after graduating from MIT, he went on a mission to get rich. One day, he noticed that the price of Bitcoin in the United States was different from the price of Bitcoin in Japan. And that was an opportunity.
So, Bitcoin is trading at $10,000 on a US exchange, $11,000 on a Japanese exchange. You take $10 million, you buy at $10,000, you sell at $11,000, you make $1 million. And we were able to do that every weekday.
So every weekday, you made $1 million in profit just from doing that.
That's right.
Yeah, from this simple idea, he made a total of $20 million. And that was just the beginning. Sam became a crypto trader full-time and started a crypto trading company called FTX.
FTX is a cryptocurrency exchange. It's a place that you would go to buy and sell Bitcoin and other digital assets.
And this is the crazy part. In 2 years, his company became one of the biggest in the world, worth over $40 billion. And he's not even 30 years old. That's impressive. But Sam is not a traditional billionaire because he believes in the concept of earn, to give, which means his goal as a human is to make as much money as possible just to give it away. Earn to give. And that's exactly what he's doing.
So let's say that you have $100 and you want to figure out what you can do with it to help the world. Earning to give is thinking about which causes, which charities save the most lives per dollar. This $100 can go as far as it possibly can to help the world.
Last year, this 29-year-old guy donated $50 million. Next year, he's planning to donate $500 million a year. And next decade, he will probably give away more than $10 billion.
The amount of good that you can do for the future of the world is really large, and it's way more than you can do to actually make yourself happy with anything like that amount of money.
And he is funding everything you can think of. Global warming.
It's one of the biggest problems that we have to tackle together as a world.
COVID-19 preparedness.
We have to be ready for the next pandemic.
Neglected tropical diseases.
More than 1 billion people suffer from them. We have to eliminate these diseases.
And of course, animal welfare.
Animals deserve to live just like we do. It's also why I'm vegan.
Sam doesn't need the money to buy a Lamborghini or to buy a Rolex or to impress his friends. In fact, his car is a Toyota Corolla.
Hold on. Where's your car?
It's that one there.
That's like what, a Toyota?
Yeah, it's a Corolla.
Why don't you buy a Lamborghini, man?
I didn't have any particular need for one.
He wants to get rich in order to impact the world and change it.
Try to think about what are the most important problems facing the world today, and what can you do to help make those as much better as possible.
In the next few decades, Sam may become a trillionaire. He is an example that age is just a number, and that making money is not a bad thing as long as you use that money to help the world.
All right. We're done, man. Amazing.
Yeah, that story didn't have much to do with the Bahamas at all. Sam looks delusional to me. But let's start with D Webb. What do you think about Sam here?
How you got all that money you built like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're a nutritionist and a trainer. That dude 29 years old, bro. And built like a grandma. That's pathetic. I don't care how much money you got. But yeah, you hear the beginning of the story, right? I took $1 million and bought 10,000, but he comes from money. He went to MIT. The dude, it's almost like the Trump story to me. It was like, oh, I got a $1 million loan from my father.
A small $1 million loan.
A small $1 million I had to pay back. You know, dude started off his get rich story by saying he spent $1 million to get Bitcoin. And it's not like you can get a loan to buy Bitcoin. So this dude comes from money. This is not inspirational. I don't know what to do with this. I'm done.
Yeah, I kind of don't know what to do with this too. And I really don't like bigging up Whitey at all, to be honest. Oni, what say you about this?
Well, I'm mad. I ain't have the same story, you know. I'm mad. I ain't start off with $1 million to go spend $1 million to, you know. It remind me of this. Kind of remind me of this other white boy who was on Twitter the other day. He's talking about if I had bought $250,000 of this, you know, this medical stock, I would have had $10 million now. And it's like, well, you don't have. You know, like 25 years ago, you ain't had $25,000 to just dump into a medical stock. You know, like, I mean, if you did, that's different. Like this guy, clearly, you know, he could say it. You know, he'd be like, "Hey, look, man, I noticed that Bitcoin is a different price in Japan than it is in America, and so I could just spend $1 million." You know, like, okay, if you could do that, but I don't know. I mean, I think he's gonna wake up. You know. Realize that the world is not going to. Either like if he really gives away his riches, then you know that sucks to be him because he's going to be broke. But yeah, I mean, it just seems like one of those white boy stories, you know, where you know, occasionally a white boy is doing something that's not, you know, bombing another person. You know,
right? Mm-hmm.
You know, like what do they do between bombings? You know, like this is pretty much that. You know.
Bibi Rodriguez in the chat says, looks like an exploiter to me. She says, now we know why he's rich. It's all in the name. I agree with Bibi on that too. She said, who's mining his Bitcoin? The Learning Curve, the revolutionary matron, she says it takes money to make money, referring to the fact that, this, like D-Web said, this dude was able to get $1 million from his peoples. Bibi Rodriguez says he's a slug slob or snail slob, a slow slob. She also says, yeah, until federal oversight changes cryptocurrency, laughing my ass off. The Learning Curve says this is the ideal world, and there are rating groups that billionaires review, but we will not organize ourselves to get the money. Bibi Rodriguez says the joke is his people are billionaires. Absolutely. If that. The Learning Curve says exactly. Money in our current society, it's self-replicating. Okay. Keter says white paternalism. He wants to save the animals and save the planet, but not the poor in the southern hemisphere. Bibi Rodriguez says to Keter, you mean whitey, deliberate delusion. Mr. Untouchable, you're still in the hometown. Have you ever heard of Sam?
No, my comments on Sam is fuck Sam and and fuck his little Arab chimpanzee. That's my comment. You know why I say that? Let me tell you why I say that. In the video, they say he's give away $50 million and he's gonna eventually give away $500 million. And what they're not saying is he's doing that because of taxes. The taxes on is really on his organization that he would pay in America is little to nothing that he would probably pay in the Bahamas. So he in the Bahamas as a tax shelter or tax exemptions. You know what I mean? And if you really want to do something as far as being charitable, why don't you give away the knowledge that you have, especially in reference to Bitcoin? Go to the schools in the Bahamas, since you want to be this philanthropist, and teach them your knowledge, all the things you learn at MIT and things like so where you could live as a billionaire in a closed community. Because I assure you, no regular behemoth will be able to just walk up to him and speak to him. You better believe that he is well protected and far from the people. It's charitable stuff. But go to the behemoth schools and teach them what you know as far as technology to do the things that you're doing on their own. Since you want to be so charitable and don't just give us the fish. You know what I mean? Teach me how to fish so I don't have to do this. So I could, you know what I mean, be able to take the little bit of what I have and do the same things that you do. Maybe not on your level, but at least be in the game. Don't give me the money. Keep the money. I want the information. That's what we could trade. But he want to propagate himself like this big philanthropist who's dole out money, whatever. But Oprah's do the same things. You know, if you have $1 trillion or $1 billion, of course you have to pay heavy taxes. So you want certain exemptions. But that's how the real game is played. They ain't gonna say that though. But like I say, man, he could go fuck himself for all I concern. You know what I mean? I'm trying to compete against motherfuckers like that, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, yeah, if this white man like to give away money, I would say start giving it away where you are, right? Let's start paying off some of that Bahamian IMF debt and all that kind of stuff. But he ain't gonna do that because that's not what it's about. And like some folks in the chat are saying, the Learning Curve says they will never teach you what they know. Bibi Rodriguez says to Mr. Untouchable, laughing my ass off. Nunca translation. Never will he teach proprietary knowledge. Shaking my head. Keter says they'll never do. I think he's referring to they'll never teach you. Someone was about to say something. Was that Oni?
Oh yeah. What I would say is that that's the thing though. It's like because in the trading world, realistically speaking, it takes money to make money.
Yep.
Because if you're talking about a 10% profit, unless you have money, 10% ain't nothing.
Ain't nothing.
And I remember there's this brother, in fact, on my Discord. You guys should join the Discord, where he's talking about he wants to start, trading, and start crypto, and he was like, he gonna start off with like $100 and see where it goes from there. And it's like, and I tell you, man, I asked him for his Cash App because I was like, you know what, if you're just doing $100, Here, double that. You know what I mean? Like, because it's really nothing. And he's, constantly updating us. He's like, yo, guys, I have $4 profit. Should I sell now? And you're like, yo, dude, shut. I mean, he's a young boy. He's a young buck. But it's like that's how we are really. Like, we don't have the money to start off with trading. I mean, if you want to get into this business of 10%, even 100% gain, you gotta already have money. Yeah. And even if I were to tell you, how to get you 100% gain or whatever, right? 100% of $100 is you just wasting my time. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I would just say, I mean, I'm not even gonna say that this. I mean, obviously, this white boy he is just trying to avoid paying taxes. And it's like if you really were about it, you would just pay your taxes. like so that the government could use the taxes to do to serve the people, as opposed to you picking up all your little he was like a super nerd, I'm pretty sure he living alone. If he got a wife, it's one of them Melinda Gates types. I remember hearing Melinda Gates talk about Bill Gates ain't shower. Like before his meeting or something like that. So he just like one of them dirty white boys that just got lucky, and it is what it is. But yeah, just pay your taxes in a black country. But like I'm not worried about whether white boy does good, does bad, does whatever. Realistically, I'm saying that we as a people need to do good and stop doing bad. And if white boy does bad, I mean that's on him. If he does quote unquote good, that's on him.
That's on him.
Like good for him. Good. You beat the odds.
Yeah. Not my business. Not my business.
But so I want people to understand something too. This gives me an opportunity to say something. Anyone who posts a topic for Shoot the Breeze, I'm going to pay my respect to y'all and post a topic. We're going to discuss it, even though I might not particularly care for the topic. I like really and truly. I saw this earlier and I'm like, Sam, we have a song back home called "Oh Sam, No Good Sam." Mr. Untouchable would know that song. Like that's what came to mind when I saw
"Oh Sam,
No Good Sam." Yeah, like fuck this dude. Like I don't care about this dude. This story didn't mention him giving one dime to my memory. This story didn't mention him giving one dime to the government. Tariq Nasheed would say the government. I ain't seen him helping no one. He probably lived behind the gates in Lyford Key or some shit like that where regular Bahamians don't get to frequent. So fuck us, Sam. We really don't care. But out of respect to those of you who post topics, this just goes to show you I will respect it, and I'll post a topic. All right. We could move on to Shoot the Breeze. What topic was that? Was that 5? I think that was topic number 5. What we'll do then, if that Shoot the Breeze topic number 5, what we'll do is we'll do a station ID break here. So you guys can get up, stretch your legs, take a sip, take a pull, whatever you want to do. I know I got to go pour me a drink too. So we'll do that now. And when we come back on the other side, we'll do the second half of the show. We'll finish it off on the other side. So you guys hang tight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? Appreciate the matron for that spot. In the chat, Keita was laughing at the fact that that brother, and I remember that was a couple months back, that young person on your Discord, Oni, was talking about putting up $100 to invest, etc. BB Rodriguez said that's cringy. She also says our people better get it together fast. I agree. The learning curve says the rich pick pet projects. They are the rude men making you beg for crumbs. Absolutely. You guys make sure follow the matron. Make sure follow her YouTube channel. Make sure follow her Twitter. She's always posting these hypotheses and interesting things. You guys should definitely follow her on Twitter. BB Rodriguez says got lucky or comes from a family of privilege and 25 million in net worth. Absolutely. The learning curve says Uncle Sam is old Sam. Yes, it is. Uncle Sam is old Sam. So let's go on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 for tonight. I appreciate all of you guys who tuned in and stayed tuned in during this time. You guys really make this dope. I really appreciate the guys on the panel, and I appreciate you folks who left these prompts. As you know, we missed a week because I didn't have internet, so some of these prompts are from maybe 2 weeks back, but we're catching up to the newer prompts, and we should be caught up hopefully next week. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight was the pastor wrong, or were her children wrong? Why is it taboo to talk about these topics in families from the diaspora? So we're going to look at a video that will shed light on exactly what's being talked about here in this prompt. Hold on, let me fix this. Okay, so now we're going to talk about this right here, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Long years here. Yeah. It was time.
Beatrice Allen was a mother and a grandmother, hardworking and fiercely religious.
She was everyone's grandma.
As her family struggles with her death, they're also struggling with the man who for more than a decade they trusted with her life, Pastor John Wright.
Truthfully, I don't hate the pastor, or I don't want any ill to come to him, but I just want him to not ever have a chance to treat anyone's family this way.
For nearly 40 years, Wright has been the pastor of Metro Church of Kansas City, where Miss Allen was a longtime member. She trusted Pastor Wright so completely that in 2003, after suffering 4 strokes, she gave him power of attorney. He took over her finances and paid her bills.
She felt that he had more ways and means. I didn't have a car at the time, and that he would have better transportation to pick up prescriptions.
I understood why she trusted the pastor, and there was no problem for me.
Until the day of her death, September 30th. That's when her grandson, Cedric, and her only child, Roslyn, say they saw another side of a man whose church they had once attended.
He made me feel like nobody.
She'd called the pastor to ask about her mother's bank account. She recorded the phone conversation.
Why do you think you need to know? Because that's my mother and that's her money. The last will and testament makes it very clear that I'm not accountable to you or anybody else on doing this.
That's when she learned that her mother had left a will, leaving everything to him.
And I said, who drew this up? Because my grandmother can't talk, write, or read. And he said, her attorney. I said, who is her attorney? Because I've never heard of him. And he just refused to speak any more about it.
In fact, they said the pastor wouldn't even let them see a copy of the will.
And I never wondered how much money she had. And it still doesn't matter. But whether it's 90,000 or 96, I don't believe he's entitled to it.
Hi, Linda Wager with Fox 4. Fox 4 Problem Solvers paid a visit to Pastor Wright's Northland home to get his side of the story. The pastor agreed to talk to us.
But I'm not going to go on camera right now.
But not on camera, so we turned our cameras off. Wright said for many years, Mrs. Allen saw very little of her family, so he made it his priority to take care of her as a way, he said, of humbling himself before God. For 15 years, he paid her bills, picked up her medicine, and arrange for a ride. This senior center where Miss Allen spent most days confirmed to Fox 4 that Pastor Wright was handling her affairs and would often call to check on her. Daughter Roslyn said there was a period when she and her mother hadn't been close, but that changed 7 years ago.
I'm clean and sober and have been for many years.
She spoke to her mother almost daily by phone, according to her mother's last caregiver. Grandson Cedric visited her every week.
Even if my grandma had disowned my mom, even if that was possible, which is not, but even if that was possible, she would never in life deny me or my brother or my sister.
The pastor told Fox 4 that Miss Allen had very little money in her account at the time of her death, although he wouldn't tell us how much or even show us a bank statement. Pastor Wright did show us the will.
This is unusual.
Probate attorney Bill Stilley said the will did not appear to be drafted by an attorney because it states that at its time of execution, Miss Allen had no children.
That's a lie. It's not true. How much other stuff is not necessarily true in this will?
Stilley said if someone was estranged from their family, they might not leave them any money, but they couldn't deny their existence. Plus, there are other problems with this will. The witnesses and the notary are all members of Pastor Wright's church.
It just raises the level of questions as to, is this her real decision?
But Pastor Wright said Miss Allen was of sound mind and memory when the will was drafted. He said he only agreed to take care of Miss Allen because she was a member of his church. It was never about the money. But this phone recording by the family shows the pastor did appear to have at least some interest in the value of her estate. He threatened to call police because the family took Miss Allen's power chair.
The thing is $12,500 wholesale. It's over $20,000. That's way into felony thing. I don't want that to happen to anybody.
You try your best. Do what you got to do.
According to the will, money from Miss Allen's estate was supposed to pay for her funeral. Instead, Miss Allen's family paid the cost. The pastor never offered to help. Although it's not unusual for someone to leave part of their estate to a church, it is unusual for a pastor to personally inherit the entire estate.
We help people navigate their spiritual lives and their relationship with God, and that puts us in a different position of power than it would with your neighbor.
Reverend Shanna Stites of Community Christian Church said most pastors would turn down that kind of gift.
I don't know under what scenario I would feel comfortable accepting that money.
For this family, their mother's death has left them feeling betrayed.
I looked up to him most of my life. I'm not going, that's why I want to say over and over, I'm not here to shame him. I just want him to really realize how much he's hurt my mother and my family.
The pastor was upset that the family is speaking to Fox 4 problem solvers. He says this is a private matter and should be handled by the courts, not the media. The family has spoken to an attorney about filing a lawsuit, but decided against it since it could cost tens of thousands of dollars, and they have no idea how much money was in Miss Allen's estate. Linda Weger, Fox 4 News.
All right, y'all.
All right, y'all. I just gotta say this real quick. You mean to tell me black folks still trusting white folks with shit like this? God damn. Let me do something different this time. Let me start with Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, you're muted if you're there. All right. If not, let me start with D-Web. D-Web, what say you?
As far as the question to the prompt, I say both parties are kind of blame, right? I'm not gonna give the grifting ass pastor a pass, right?
Right.
But at the same time, if the family was on point, this would have never happened. She was in the home. All right. These people knew that. They took advantage of the situation. We know how these pastors get down. Even at the end, the brother was like, I'm not going to, trying to badmouth Mr. Wright, Pastor Wright. He still was trying to absolve the man at the end. You know what I'm saying?
You damn fool.
Damn fool. And that's to this religion thing, right? This Abrahamic religion thing, right? That speaks to this. It's like at the end of the day, you still scared of burning in hell or whatever they done told you would happen if you criticize this dude who just stole your family's money, right? He stole your inheritance. You still sitting here like, but at the end of the day, Pastor Wright's still a decent dude, Come on. Come on. And it speaks to kind of the weakness, yo. And also, like, when we was I think we was hosting spaces or whatever, and the dude was talking about you know, how we built everything. And then you had this thing. I seen something today where it's like if FBA and ADOS and Freedmen united, these people would be frightened. And they not scared of you Negroes.
Yeah, cut it
This
out.
fat-bellied old white man just stole your family's money, told y'all, hey, I need the chair too. Y'all tripping. Yeah, you know what I mean? And he ain't scared of nothing. He doesn't fear anything. You know what I'm saying? This dude doesn't have a physical bone in his body, and he's just like, I stole the bread. I need the chair too. Y'all tripping. Bring the chair too. You feel me? And you have these disillusioned people who think that these people are like scared of you. Shut up. They beat your ass for 500-600 years. They carved up Africa like a pie. They're not scared of any of us, bro.
Yep.
And it's a damn shame they ain't. This dude should be scared to take money from any of them people. You think this would have happened with an Uish family? Shh.
I'll tell you what, D-Web. I'll add one better. If that pastor was black, you think he would have gone unscathed?
Never in a million years. There is zero fear, and it's also zero reverence for our elders. How you don't know how much money your grandma got? Bro?
Come on now.
Come on. You don't know if it's 90,000 or 90. You have no clue. She probably did hand that money over because y'all don't talk. Obviously, don't talk to her. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know how much she was worth. Have no clue. Don't know what she owned. Don't know how much money was in the bank account. Nothing. And now you crying to a television station. This is just pathetic, and I just hate to even highlight this because it just shows the ineptitude and the weakness that we dealing with, man, with a lot of our people, man. It's disheartening to me, man. That's all I got.
Before I go to Mr. Untouchable, who's here now, let me shout out Dorico Cooper Photography, Ogun, and there was someone else who I haven't seen consistently in a minute. Medjai Commander. I haven't seen Medjai for a minute. Shout out to those guys. Hopefully they're all doing well. Mr. Untouchable, what's it?
Shout out to Mississippi. Mississippi, much love and respect.
Yes.
You know who he is. I agree with D-Web. I mean, he take the money. He take the wheelchair and he's like, y'all niggas get it how y'all live. Sam's dad is ruthless. I mean, he really don't business.
And on top of that, go bury your grandmother yourself.
Yeah, go bury your grandmother yourself. I agree with D-Web. I think that there is blame on both sides, because I do ask the question, why wasn't this woman taken care of? Why didn't she feel enough to leave monies for her children or grandchildren? And when the lady said that, well, I've been on drugs for a couple of years, and I say, oh, okay, that's the mystery. You know, the lady had common sense and not enough not to trust you with her money because she knows it'll probably get smoke up her daughter's nose. You know, so she was in with that business. So I understand why she would have wanted to do that. But my question is, the faith she had in this particular individual. I mean, in 2020, you really gonna leave all your money? It's like Jim Jones all over again.
Man.
It's like Jim Jones all over again. And I feel a little bit sad for what this lady came to, because she went out like that. You know, and being a black lady with she seems to have a large family. To be in that kind of position, that must have been a very lonely position for her to be in, you know. And of course, the minister, the pastor, gonna do what he gonna do. He gonna do that Harlem hustle, you know, like your brothers say, and to get that money, you know, he gonna do what he needed to do. But she should have been protected. So this circumstance would have never come to the fore. So I think there's enough blame on both sides, but I mainly dealing with the men in particular. You know, I'm not gonna let my mom or grandmom to fall into disrepute, no matter what I gotta do to ensure that that don't never happen. The women, that's another story. But me as a male person, fuck that. That's not gonna happen. So even if she would have left me money or no, you know, if it's because of her, I'm here. So I wouldn't have permitted that to happen turn. So like I say, I feel, and I agree with D-Web, there's enough blame to go around, I believe.
Before I send it to Kare and Oni, The learning curve said that the church has been racking up resources from people this way for thousands of years. That's a very true statement. She said, this is how the Catholic Church earned, quote unquote, earned their money. This is benign neglect. Bibi Rodriguez has a sad face on. She also says her family is solely to blame for this debacle. I mean, the white boy is a piece of shit, but the black family, I agree with Bibi. The black family is the ones who should have known better than this nonsense. I mean, come on. The learning curve says we have to stop throwing each other away. And this is why Christianity is self-harm. Mr. Bobby E. Wright says that religious indoctrination is deep among African people. Absolutely. Bibi says self-hate is real. Kevin Carre, you saw this video, right? What thoughts come to mind for you?
Although it has nothing to do with religion, but recently that situation with that situation with Wendy Williams, I don't like her, but that's a really bad situation she's in with Wells Fargo Bank, with the thing, because she's incapacitated, that they have to hold on to her money, and you know how it is, that thing that Britney Spears was in with her parents.
The conservatorship. Yeah. Apparently she's in a conservatorship with a bank now, right?
No, well, there was I think a ruling last night that says that it's in the courts right now. That's all I can say. It's in the courts.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, the churches, they're a business. That's all they are.
Church's business. You know how much land a lot of these churches, like even in the Caribbean, you know how much land these guys have because of someone who, quote unquote, left the land to the church and all that stuff? Come on. Only, what say you?
Yeah.
You're muted, brother.
Yeah. I mean, look, we gotta be realistic. First thing they told us was she had a relationship, like she was either in this church or knew this pastor for 40 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's a long ass time.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna say that she, like, it's not too unbelievable. If you know Christian folk, it's not too unbelievable to believe that she left it to this pastor. Mm-hmm. You know, especially like Mr. Untouchable was saying about her daughter might be, on the rock or whatever. You know what I mean? Once that's the case, it's like, I mean, I'm not gonna say, disown your grandchildren, right? Mm-hmm. Because of your children, but if, like, we're being realistic, I mean, I can say this because I know we all gonna brag on people who are not too close to their grandmother. My grandmother's in Jamaica. She was in Jamaica. Y'all can tell I don't really speak patois. She speak patois. I couldn't even understand her, honestly. If she passed, she didn't leave me anything, as far as I know. And I wouldn't fuss if she left something to the church, right, where she's at, before she left something to me. Because, like, realistically speaking, I was just, I was one of them aloof grandchildren. And, from this story, it sounds like, the young boy was, he's not a young boy, but the man in question, his grandson was also an aloof grandson. And it's like, yeah, you might show up a week while you see, every week when you see that they dying, right? But to say that they're not going to leave anything to the church, that's unlikely. Like my grandmother, she probably got a church in Jamaica. She probably, I mean, I don't know if she left anything to the church, but I would understand if she did. Now, me personally, I wouldn't leave anything to no church. But again, I don't go to no church for 40 years. I don't know no pastors for 40 years. So I'm not going to say, like, maybe this white boy did some stuff, not even maybe, but most assuredly this white boy did some stuff. But, I can't, at the end of the day, if you let this white boy in your life for 40 damn years, right? And he just now doing something funny, or this is not the first funny thing he did, but you allowed it. So, I can't, I'm like this white boy saw that these black folk easy. I'm not going to really shed a tear. I mean, I don't like letting white folks slide, but like, right. You already let this white boy slide. Like, why was he in your life for 40 years? Why do you still respect this dude even when he's stealing from you? I mean, like, it's just whatever. But I mean, again, it seems like these are not Like these weren't even her good. Like these weren't really good kids, and she just probably had nothing, and she just left it to this guy after strong suggestion from the pastor, and the pastor, like what else is he gonna do? The pastor's gonna look out for pastor. Like where they don't do that.
Daily Affirmations by Pauline says the pastor should be ashamed of himself. I asked her to expand on that because, are you saying that because the pastor is a pastor, he's supposedly a man of God, but then that means you're fooled by the pastor as well. These guys ain't no men of God. These guys don't give a shit about that. These guys are about, there's one Almighty for these guys. There's one Almighty, especially a white pastor. He's about his money. You understand? He's about living a good life. You understand? So I'm waiting for Daily Affirmations to expand on that thought. The learning curve says Wendy has served her purpose and they are now breaking her fully so that she cannot be useful in any way. But I'm curious to hear more from Daily Affirmations by Pauline. By the way, I mentioned before Daily Affirmations book. Make sure you guys pick that up. Daily Affirmations, if you could post that link in the chat, that would be good, great. I also mentioned you guys should support Oni's African-centered word search book. And just in a minute, we're going to talk about what KWAZ recently did as well. But yeah, I'm kind of filibustering for Daily Affirmations to state what it is she needs to state, and I'm not seeing anything. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say, the white man is, according to himself, a man of God. If you follow what Ida B. Wells said, which was that the white man's dollar is his God.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like the white man is about the white man. The white man's about the green money. And once you realize that, like basically this woman sat in his church for 40 years and didn't pick up on that he was about that money.
Yeah. Paying tithes.
And her whole family just sat by, while her the daughters, hey, come on, like I'm not even sad. Like I understand the daughter if this lady was like, I'd rather give this money to this fool, to this white boy, because at least like I don't know. It's just it's not a real story for me.
I kind of agree. Did Affirmations respond? Yeah, Daily Affirmation says he seemed to be about money and could care less about the children's who seem as if they are in need financially. But I mean, to say that is to believe in the benevolence that this white boy tries to perpetrate, that he's this benevolent person, and why didn't he care for her children or grandchildren, as it seems. Like, to me, and I'm not attacking Daily Affirmation by Pauline at all here. I'm just saying that you put your faith in these dudes, like Oni just said what Ida B. Wells said, is their God is a dollar.
But to be fair, and I want to be fair, in that story, they said that he was paying her bills for 14 years. And I don't know if she was kicked out of her home. I don't know if her electricity went out of her house. I don't know if her water stopped. So, I mean, for him to take on that responsibility, it speaks volumes, because I'm asking, why is he doing that?
Right.
You see? So I understand, like I say, I understand the hustle, because the hustle is real. He got to go to the Bahamas to get them hoes. But I'm saying, he has to take a trip. But the reality is,
not the Bahamas.
But see, you got to go hang out with Sam. But the reality is, he was actually taking care of her bills for 14 years. That's not disputed by the family. Because they would have said, well, he was supposed to be taking care of her and the light was off or she was kicked out of her home. I didn't hear that story, that part of the story. So obviously he was actively doing something and they were not. So that's my problem. So like I say, there's blame on both sides, I believe, because if he would have done that, he should at least pay for a funeral too. But he tell the family, shit, get it like how y'all fucking live. You know what I mean? This candy line, nigga. This candy line, and y'all get it like how y'all live.
Yeah, I want to get on that too. I mean, like for instance, I got this son right here. right? Let's say I'm older, right? Somebody else, you know, I've been friends with somebody for 40 years. Then they start supporting me in the last 14 years of my life, right? And then they like, hey, you know, after you're gone, you know, I probably can help out with these funerals because your family don't even give a shit. You know, they might be going, they could convince me. I mean, I'm not saying that I would not leave to my son per se, but you know, but hopefully my son's not a druggie.
Right.
You know, I mean, there's a lot going on, but it's like at the end of the day, you know, the family done messed up already. You know that. You know the son was absent. You know the grandson was absent. You know the daughter was absent. You know this white boy was there. You know, and it's like it's almost a no-brainer. Like, and when you talk about the church, it's like to think that somebody's not going to give to the church in death when they were giving to the church for 40 damn years in life.
Yeah.
Right, like you might say, why would he give everything, right? But then you also got to say, here's this pastor taking care of her in the last 14 years of her life. Here's this pastor she trusted to give her what was it? Power of attorney. And you know, for who knows how many years he had power of attorney. All this time, and you wait for your mama to die to start saying, hey, you know what, that relationship's weird. Or hey, you know what? Maybe I should, you know, and it's not like they didn't step forward. They waited for this woman to die and be like, well, what do I get?
Not one time. Not one time.
Kicking your ass. That's what you get.
Not one time.
This is a kick in the ass. I think that she wanted to kick them in the ass, and this is what it is. I mean, I'm not saying I believe what this white boy did. I'm not saying I believe like the whole story was presented to us, but from what it looks like, you know, they were absentee people waiting for they wanted to, you know, they wanted to cut the check. You know, they were reading too much ADOS rhetoric.
Yeah, they wanted reparations.
They got caught up in reality. Reality is that if you're not doing for other people, they might not even your mama gonna do for you.
I want to add there too. Yeah, you guys are absolutely correct. I just want to say this to all black folks who might be hearing this. Stop sitting back in the shadows, letting other people take, and this is just in general, letting other people do all the heavy lifting, and then you want to come sniffing around later when there's some tangibles, buzzword, to be gotten. Like, stop that stupid shit. That's so weird of black folks all the time. You cool watching this, in this case, this white boy do all the heavy lifting, paying your grandmama's bills and all this old shit. And then when she dies, you want to come around and ask this white boy to share the spoils. Why would he share the spoils? First of all, why would he share the spoils just for who he is? But second of all, why would he share the spoils after you went and sat in the shadows and let everything be taken care of for you? You know, I think someone's used the word paternalism earlier, right? He's taking care of all the heavy lifting, and now you come along, you wanting something. BB Rodriguez says IDB Wells was right, unfortunately. The Learning Curve says, did he also have an insurance policy on her? He probably did. He had access to her. He had her papers. He probably did. BB Rodriguez says to the Learning Curve, yeah, he probably made some money there too. The Learning Curve says, unpublished fact. Organizations of 3 or more can have term life insurance on their members. I think I remember the Revolutionary Matron saying that before. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says maybe he was paying her bills out of her Social Security and her pension check, not his or his church money. He probably was paying it from her money. Why spend your money?
He still have to orchestrate it.
Yeah.
I mean, where's the kids? He have to orchestrate that shit.
Yeah. BB Rodriguez says to Learning Curve here, it is, I'm slow. I didn't put that together. The Learning Curve said churches are entities that have the ability to create vital records that the government will accept. BB Rodriguez says, speak, Koku. I appreciate that. Look like Kevin Carre. No, Kevin Carre is still here. Kevin, did you respond to this prompt?
Yeah, I did. I was one of the first responders.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyone has any last words for this prompt as I tee up the next prompt? No last words? Okay. Cool. But that actually was a good conversation there. I appreciate all of you guys for your input there. You guys here on the panel, you guys in the chat as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. I wish Azuli was here for this too, because there's a message in here for him too. Should the Breeze topic number 7 says, are Caribbean people xenophobic against each other? Oh, you know what? Before I hit that topic, let me just show you guys something real quick. Sorry. Before I hit that topic, and I wish I had the time these last couple of days to do more in terms of, taking more images and stuff like that. But I want to share with you, the other day, Kevin Carre stops by, Kevin Carre 42. You can see the name right here in the picture, Carre. He stops by and he brings me his magazine. That's the one on the bottom. And he brings to me a book. And to me, I have it now like a coffee table book. When you talk about just pristine images and imagery, positive Black images. Kari, tell us a little bit about this before we go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Tell us about these two items.
Well, during the pandemic, I virtually had nothing to do. If the pandemic hadn't hit, I would never have done these projects. There are other books I did, but that's the one, I'm going to concentrate on.
Right.
This project started actually, well, yeah, it's going to be 20 years 20 years this month, actually. 20 years this month I started this project.
20 years.
Huh?
20 years, you said?
Yeah, 20 years ago I started this project in the middle of the campus.
Okay.
But what it was is I was a media major and communication, which is TV production.
Mm-hmm.
And, looking around for years, all you saw in cartoons, in movies, in magazines, books, comics, all you see with Black people, they're always putting this bad, the images were always bad. So I'm like, I gotta change that. So that's what I started doing. Now with the book, the magazine ties into the book, but the book, which I started on social media back in 2013, I used to go around New York City and look for Black women with natural hairstyles and just photograph them. Because back then, I think that's when the natural movement was starting to really come in. And the project grew and it grew and it grew. And, I had like all these images. It's like, you know what? I got to do something with them. So I just made a book.
Where can people eventually pick up these items, though?
Well, for the magazine, I'm going to make it for now into a PDF version. I can send it out. But for the book, I have a GoFundMe that I started. I have to log in to give you the link, but I just need a certain amount to order more of these books.
All right, make sure get the link. Make sure get the link to us so we could share it with the viewers. Talk about the magazine for a second.
Yeah, well, the magazine, as I said, we always complain about we don't have much good images in the media these days, but I don't subscribe to that anymore because that's the white media. Why do we have to show us near magazines? Why can't we create our own? And here it is. I created my own.
Where are you selling these magazines?
I'm going to sell on my website, actually. So the website is up already. I just got to start the GoFundMe. But for the magazine for now, I can send it to you no charge as a PDF. You can donate.
Hold on. You don't have to send me no charge. I have another question, bro. Did you try to sell them in any like stores or anything like that?
All right. The problem with the book is I need an ISBN number because I think to sell a book in the United States. I don't know about the world, but in the United States to sell a book in the store, you need an ISBN number, and that too is why I started the GoFundMe. I'm going to talk. Well, I started GoFundMe. I just got to unlink it.
So how much does it cost to get an ISD number?
Well, they sell them in packs. I think the last I looked is like $112.
And that's all you need to start your magazine to be sold?
Well, I can sell it from the beauty of the internet now is you really don't need a storefront anymore. You can sell online.
Okay. So what kind of story? We'll talk about. You know what? I want to see if I could get in touch with you some way after the show. Okay, I'll give you my email in the private chat.
In the private chat, yeah.
Good stuff right there. I like that. On the screen, you can see. I'm sorry, go ahead.
As I said, this is giving back to the community. At least you say start where you are with what you have. What you said earlier. These are images that can go out. Influence the younger generation.
I like that, man. I like it. On the screen, you'll see I have Oni's Pro Black Word Search book. You guys should be picking that up. Only, did you get any copies in hand lately?
Oh yeah. I just got some. In hand. So, I'm about to open the box and do what I got.
And the POB. POB, do you have that on hand?
Yeah. BOP. Yeah.
Oh yeah. BOP. Sorry, BOP.
All right.
Yeah. So this week, let's link up. Let me grab those from you. And then this Daily Affirmations book. I can't find it right now. If Daily Affirmation by Pauline is still here, drop the link in the chat. And so, you know, I do this because, listen, we are Black equals African people. If we don't self-promote ourselves, then who will, right? And like I said in the recent show, by the way, Kare, in the private chat here, you could get the information from Mr. Untouchable.
Okay.
Right. He just posted it. But yeah, I try to reward folks for doing work and getting things done. You guys made up your mind that you were going to do something. You did it. It's out there, and I'd like to see people patronize it. Okay. So we're gonna go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Are Caribbean people xenophobic against each other? And this prompt came with a link. I'm going to share that link with you guys here right now. There's something making noise here. I'm going to share that link with you guys right now. We're going to watch this video, and we'll talk about it on the other side. Again, Azuli, if you're listening, join the panel.
Go back where they're from.
Well, Bahamians are reacting strongly to the remarks made by the ambassador. His Excellency Antonio Rodriguez was critical of the implementation of the new immigration policy. Arla Dawn Davis took to the streets today to gather some of the feedback made or from those controversial comments.
While the public outcry on the Haitian ambassador's comments continue to mount even on social media, Immigration Department officials continue to spread the message that if you are not legally living or working here in the Bahamas, you must return to your homeland.
In our country, we are doing them a favor, right? And by doing them a favor, they're supposed to humble.
They need to go back where they're from. And they're too biggity.
The Haitians have their country. The Bahamians have their country. And it is our country, and we could decide how we want to run our affairs.
Take a little bit too long. From they burn the Bahamian flag, they're supposed to be deported out here.
How our government could give them privilege to have Flag Day in the Bahamas? On top of that, they've actually disfigured our flag by burning it. They also had parades for their various leaders in the Bahamas.
When most of them come here, they've already gotten everything free. I mean, and some of them are they owned restaurants and fruit stands and all of this stuff. Why not have them pay their own ticket back?
When you come into this country legal, then you have your children, they born here illegal. You understand? It becomes now a burden on the country that they exist in.
Additionally, there are many Bahamians who feel that governments of the day took far too long to deal with this immigration problem, which has enabled illegal migrants to feel that they are more than equal in this country.
All right. All right. This is where it's going to look kind of funny here. But Kevin Carre just posted the GoFundMe for his book. I'm going to put that in the chat before we tackle this topic here. I'm going to put that in the chat so you guys can support the GoFundMe for Carre's book right here. Azuli is now on the chat, as I figured he'd show up for this one. Kevin Carre, what say you to what you just saw just now?
I just see frustrations, that eventually, as you say, when you let things fester, they're gonna come out eventually down the road.
All right. Bibi Rodriguez says biggity is a Bayesian term. I don't know about that. I know we say biggity. I just think that's an Afro-Caribbean type thing. Oni, what says you to this? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm gonna say those are Black Americans. You know that. No, I'm joking. What can I say about that? Yeah, I mean, it just looks like. I mean, that like I thought the prompt was gonna be more related to what we all knew growing up was that a lot of Caribbean folk didn't like other Caribbean folk.
Right.
I thought that was like that's just common sense for like I like that ADOS is doing this now because it kind of takes it off of the rest of us because ADOS is like an online movement, but like growing up, like I said, I grew up Jamaican household.
Yeah.
They didn't like Haitians. I didn't understand it, but like Haitians didn't like us back. Like I had like quite a few of my friends in Brooklyn were Haitian, and I just didn't say, like it was but that's like a real dispute. So this thing, I mean, I don't know the incident, but it sounds like there were Haitian people burning. What country was this again? Was this Bahamas or?
Yeah. This is the Bahamas.
Burning Bahamian flags, like that's not cool. I wouldn't personally go to somebody else's country and then burn a flag and then not expect a reaction. I mean, technically you burn a flag to for a reaction. And I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't do that because I would do that in America, but I mean I'd also expect a reaction. If I do that in America and I'm not, quote unquote Black American. In fact, even if I am Black American, in fact, Black Americans used to burn American flags, and white folk would say, "Go to Africa." So it's not like it's pretty normal when you have nationalistic pride that if you attack the other nation, that that's going to happen. And I mean, I guess you could say there's the parallel with ADOS FBA, but the only thing with ADOS FBA thing, it goes back to. Why Garvey did the red, black, and green flag to begin with is because these white boys were singing a song called every race has every people has a flag but the coon.
The coon, yeah.
So he was saying, so these white boys were like, this American flag is not Black Americans, or I don't even know if they were Black Americans back then. Yeah, they were Black Americans. So he's like, it's not, so I think, like, realistically speaking, I personally do think that, you should have nationalistic pride, I do think that, I just think that when it comes to a Black American situation, it's like I said, there's a lot of confusion around what, the nation here is, whether we have a nation or whether we should have national pride with this imperialist, this imperialist country. Not to say that, not in condemnation of imperialism, but more in the sense of, here's this guy trying to go to fight over Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? Like he's about to, I'm about to get wiped out, in a cloud of smoke because this guy wants to fight with Ukraine. Like, it's not your country. Like, it really got nothing to do with you. It's very closely aligned with Europe, as opposed to, like you said, it's like the Bahamian. They have their own country. They pay their taxes, they sort of so forth. I mean, sure, they don't have the best economy, blah, blah, blah. But, burning a flag in their country as what kind of statement? I don't know. And this is like at your flag day. Like, I don't know if that's even true, but if that were to gossip around, I could see this reaction coming about. You know what I mean?
Well, just to add to this, a couple years back, there was a direct threat from an illegal Haitian there, a direct threat to Bahamians saying, if you come back here, Mr. Untouchable will probably know the area I'm talking about. If you come in the back here for us, we'll kill you. And they had to, the Bahamian Defense Force and police had to go and rescue that guy because you can't be in someone else's country, nation, and threatening their citizenry. Like, that's nonsense. But we will get a bad name for it, which is why I'm glad Azuli is here. We will get a bad name for it, but you can't do that kind of stuff. D-Web, I haven't talked to you in a minute here. What's up with D-Web?
I'm here.
Yeah, what do you think about this?
Well, I mean, this more so, yeah, topic go back to y'all, but to agree with I agree with Only what was Only was saying, man. It's like even like here is like when you see people talk about their freedoms and you know their country and all this other stuff, when you're about to be wiped out between a war with Ukraine and Russia, you know, which would be a nuclear type of a deal. And it's like, yo, you didn't. I don't have a beef for the Russian. I don't have a beef for the Ukraine. Like, what do we have to do with that? You know, and it kind of almost like the same thing where I see. Also, it also seems like more of the thing where it's like people don't want to be the bottom cast. You know, you don't want to be that bottom on the totem pole. I think that even applies to our Caribbean peoples, you know, man, y'all peoples, you know, it's like you don't want to be, we all know we are in debt to this IMF, to this fiat currency, modern monetary theory economy they have, right? Even more so in the Caribbean, because you know a lot of places are more so beholden to tourism and things like that.
Absolutely.
So your economy is directly related to if white people choose to go there. You feel me? So you have more posturing, I think. So I think a lot of this speaks to just the economic problems, which is one of the big things we face in terms of like trying to unite or trying to, you know, deal with each other. Is that me?
Well, yeah. When I was growing up, there was a saying that said, if America coughs, no, if America sneezes, we cough, or vice versa. So, and that's why I talk about in the past on this show, etc. I talk about like, yo, we got to get off of this tourism thing because these folks have us, right? We're dependent. Like I said the other day, you know, they could stop sending the planes and we're done. You know, we got to get off of this stuff and really and truly, if we're being honest, Caribbean countries don't have the infrastructure to really carry that load of folks coming in. But a lot of people won't understand that. America's built on that idea of people coming in and bringing their mastery and adding it to industry and this, that, and the other. We don't have that, unfortunately, not yet. Let me go ahead.
Can I say something quickly? Yeah. So I mean, Kenya is. I see kids in the chat saying Caribbean leadership is to blame. They don't promote unity. They refuse to support Haiti against U.S. constant intervention. I want to say this though, right? Because see, I would defer to like how D Webb said he deferred to the rest of the panel because I guess the rest of us kind of Caribbean, right? But I'm really not as Caribbean.
Kind of.
I'm not as Caribbean as like Kata and some of the rest of y'all because Kata is still in the Caribbean. But I want to say that at the same time, it seems like this was a Haitian Flag Day. So it's like if you on a Flag Day and then you burning the Bahamian flag, it's like it's just bad. I get it because in third person, it's like I remember going to the African American Day Parade in America, or they got Caribbean Day Parade, and I'm not saying I personally burn the American flag. I might have thought of it, but I get that you might do that if you're in a country, like just a real life situation where if you're in another country and you don't really like that country, I guess, or you feel like the country is not doing you all that great, so on and so forth. But I would also say that here the leadership seemed to have given them a flag day, which is a good thing. Now, maybe they're not doing enough, maybe they're not doing the most, but it really is just, it really just seems like this is just a video. I mean, I wouldn't say it's people are xenophobic. It just seems like people are reacting to, a protest or something, or like a small group of people who decide to do something to, enrage people. And some people were enraged, like burning the flag or stomping on the flag or whatever, flushing the toilet with your flag, whatever. You do all that stuff. You just do it to enrage certain people. Not everybody's going to be enraged, and some people will be. And then if you just capture those people who are outraged, then you might be like, "Hey, are they xenophobic?" And it's like, not really. I mean, you just reacted, and that's a normal thing. Maybe there's something deeper involved here. I don't really know the Caribbean like that. I don't know Bahamas like that. I can't say how they treat Haitian people. But I mean, I wouldn't, to the prompt, I wouldn't say it's xenophobic. Do I see the parallels with ADOS and how we say ADOS is xenophobic for whatever? Sure, I could see that. But again, like the thing with ADOS situation, because I think that's probably why this was even shared with us, is that it's just misdirected.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, do Black Americans get the worst hand? Yes, but who do they get the worst from? White Americans.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's like if the white American, for instance, gives me a job over somebody who, you know, so all right, like for instance, somebody who might come from a family where they might, you know, like particularly like who white people really discriminate against is like basically people in the hood. You know, like you have a tougher chance, you know, if you have your hood mannerisms generally. You know, like you kind of have to like leave that at the door all the time. So, you know, even just two Black people, like even the same Black person, if he like walks into an office, you know, pants sagging, do-rag on, you know, tattoos on his face, whatever, right? He's probably going to do worse, even the same person, if he just walks in with a business suit. And like, we know this, you know? So it's like, yeah, is there going to be some sort of discrimination, some sort of bias, some sort of thing, you know, some sort of, what is that a thing? Yeah. White Americans do not like Black Americans. That's it. But like, because white Americans don't like Black Americans, you being enraged with Black American with other Black groups is just stupid. It's like they're not the people that don't like you; it's the white Americans that don't like you. You know, but like we don't really see that here. This is kind of just, you know, oh, somebody burned their flag at a protest, and you know, was speaking French. You know what I mean? Like, disrespectful. You know.
In the chat, because I'm leaving Mr. Untouchable and Zuli last for obvious reasons. KW Don 7 says there is mild xenophobia concerning music, food, and sporting events like the Olympics. B. Rodriguez says, yep. Cater says, I'd say a little. Some islands dominate the region. Jamaica, Barbados, and Trinidad are well known. There's a lot of prejudices against Haitians and Guyanese in St. Lucia. A damn shame. So, okay, so we see this in St. Lucia as well. I just posted the GoFundMe for Kevin Carre. Actually, Kevin Carre posted it as well, so you guys should click it. Please check it out. The Learning Curve says they are stoking anti-Blackness. Okay. I like that opinion. BB Rodriguez says not too biggity. Bayesian term. Again. BB says, where is West Africa to help the Haitians? 8 million descendants needs West Africa's assistance. Yo, Lero is here. Lero, one of the things I find interesting with the Bitter Medicine podcast live streams is I always have some folks quietly in the cut, in the shadows, listening. And Lero is now one of them. She's a part of the Harsh Rally podcast, by the way. Lero says, just seems to be misdirected frustration about their conditions and generalizing the bad behavior of a few. BB Rodriguez says, there is island hierarchy. We all know this. I think Keter alluded to that a second ago. The Learning Curve says, anti-immigrant sentiment is part of the colonial project. By the way, I like when the matron talks about the colonial project. I wish she'll talk about that some more on her show. She said, anti-immigrant sentiment is part of the colonial project. While they Willie Lynch you, they invite more quote-unquote white guys with beards and their woman to replace you. Keter says, it's just frustration, but there's really not this distinction between people in the Caribbean. We have this universal struggle feeling. I agree with that, Keter. I do agree with that. Let me tell you, when I was growing up home, I had friends who were straight up Haitian, friends who were Bahamian Haitian, and it didn't even matter. My uncle, his best friend was a Haitian guy who was a tailor. Like up here in the States, I've dated Haitian women. Erzuli is one of my good friends, actually. He's a Haitian guy. It's really not this thing that people think it is. B. Rodriguez says all the Bahamians' concerns are valid and must not be miscounted or downplayed. Keita says Caribbean leadership is to blame. They don't promote unity and they refuse to support Haiti against U.S. constant intervention. I think the problem is an economics problem. But we could talk about that on another night. right? B. Rodriguez says, first off, most of these economic migrants have been there over 20 years without building up their own country. BB, all right. I see BB chose violence in this prompt. The learning curve says, who just sat down the queen? They will always say a black-looking person to do some fuck shit. Then they will, quote unquote, nationalize people and make them fight their made-up war. BB says to Keter, how is Haiti all of the region's problem? West Africa and the U.S. must rebuild what was taken from them 1804 to 1926, or 1926 to 1947. Keter says, true. You can't burn their flag, but this is definitely one incident. Actually, it's more than one incident, but again, you know, it is what it is. BB says Guadeloupe and Martinique should have aligned with them because of language bond. I can't disagree with that. The learning curve says, was the flag burner a plant from the colonizers? And that's what I always think about when it happened. When certain incidents happen. Who's speaking?
Let me add something. I mean, let me say something too. I want to say two things. One is that I realized when I got older that whole Jamaica not liking Haiti thing might just be a Christian thing, you know, because a lot of what's in the mind of Black people all over the world, in fact, is that Haiti is on that voodoo, you know, and if you're a Christian, then you don't like voodoo, you know, like if you're in the Pan-African circle, you might be like, oh, Vodon, yeah, that's cool, right? But if you like in the Christian culture, because that's the thing that we tend to forget, is that, you know, like Christianity is heavy in the Black community. Like if you go like real life Black community, and like even when it comes to like Malcolm X, when we say, like for us, when we think of people not going around with Malcolm X, we're like, oh, maybe because he was too militant, or oh, because he was about that Black stuff. And like realistically, you talk to a random person, they say, oh, but he was a Muslim, you know. Like something that you like, I would think is a small detail, you know, is like a huge reason why a lot of Black folk didn't even mess with the guy. So so when it comes to the Haitian thing, it's like, oh, it's voodoo, you know.
That's a great point. Obia, as we call it back home. Obia.
Yeah, exactly. You don't even try to, like, even back home, you're not trying to mess with people who do Obia, you know, or like I don't know how, I think inside of America they call it roots, I think, right? But like, I don't know how people felt about that here in America, but I feel like maybe they was like, yeah, I'm not messing with people who do roots, you know. I think there was a second thing I wanted to about the flag burning, but I'll try to see if I can remember it.
All right. In the meantime, let me go to Uzuli on your thoughts on what you saw in the video, my friend.
I'm gonna start. I'm gonna go from America then to that. I do believe there's xenophobia. I've experienced it as a Haitian person. I came here in 1990. Trinidadian, Jamaican, all the English Caribbean. When I went to junior high, pitted against the Haitian people. Whether that was created by them or by the hands by whoever.
Uzuli.
It was, yes.
Uzuli, I'm sorry. Let me ask you one question in between there, because something BB Rodriguez said. Did the Guadeloupeans and Martiniques, did they, like people from the French Caribbean, or French Africa, did they show a certain, negative way towards you?
I would say that they were less negative toward us because the language, and we share Guadeloupe and Haiti share compa and zouk, and also that the music band named KWAZ. KWAZ is a big band from Guadeloupe and Martinique, and Tabu Combo is a huge band that kind of, Tabu Combo and KWAZ kind of like, I don't know, partnered together in a lot of their stuff. So
what was the group from I'm sorry, what was the group from Dominica? There's a big Dominica Zouk group too.
Yeah, there's a big Dominica Zouk crew. So like, to me, the only person when I was younger, the only group of people that I knew that speak my type of Creole was Guadeloupe and Martinique. It's when I came to America I heard about Dominica And that was when I heard about Dominica, I was in college. I didn't really know about them in high school, to tell you the truth. So,
Okay.
so I didn't know there was a big connection between Dominica and Haiti. I don't know that, to tell you the truth. So I would say that the French Caribbean are more acceptable of Haiti, but they don't still defend Haiti because a lot of the French Caribbean are still under rule from the colonial powers. Guadeloupe and Martinique are not independent. So I don't know about Dominica. So
yeah, Dominica's independent.
oh, so okay. So and I don't know, but I would think that Haitians bond more with people from Guadeloupe and Martinique because they share kind of the similar music and similar language or whatever, syntax or way of speaking the language. So I would say that. But when I came to America, I never encountered somebody from Guadeloupe in junior high or high school, or because they went to France. The Martinican and the Guadeloupean go to France to school.
Yes.
They don't really come to America.
Right. They go to France. Yeah.
Because they benefit from all the because if you're Martinican and Guadeloupean, you're basically French.
You go
It's
for
like,
free. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Puerto Rico. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it's not like a Haitian person could come here and be like, oh, we Guadeloupean, oh, we're gonna. Nah, it wasn't like that. So when I came here, I was constantly bullied, beat up by Jamaicans, Trinidadian, Black Americans, and that's not I'm not trying to say that because it was a task for me to go to school from 1989 to probably 1997. So when people say Haitians are this and that or elites, no, the English Caribbean bullied us. And whether it was by their own doing or they got programmed to do it, I'm just saying the end result. So would I say that there's a little bit of xenophobia, but I don't know if the xenophobia is us, is like in us, or it was programmed into us. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it could have been programmed.
Mhm.
Because, like I said, sometimes I found out, like when I go, I found out some people like, yo, my mom's Haitian, my parents is Jamaican. I'm like, what? Your mom is Haitian, and that was in the early 70s, late 80s. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So there was the part where some people got caught up in it, and some people didn't. Because I know people who are Haitian and they say their parents are Jamaican and Haitian, or Jamaican or Haitian and
Yes.
Trinidadian, and I'm
Yes.
like, what? During that time? So there were people who didn't believe in that bullshit. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm gonna say I experienced it from junior high all the way to thing. So when they've said the Haitians brought AIDS to America, I couldn't even go to school without not getting bullied by that.
Right.
So the kids made fun of me. Everybody, like back in the days, go call somebody and say, "Oh, you look Haitian." See how they want to fight you and look at you. I look Haitian. Even not up until like college, some people still feel offended if they say, "Oh, you look Haitian." Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna sit there and say, like when I went to college, I met different people, and I guess our mind opened up, and it's different. Like when you go to parties in America, like in the Caribbean, they rarely shout out Haiti.
That's
I don't
true.
know now if they do it.
That's
Maybe
true.
they do it a little more. They
Mhm.
hardly. Why would you do that? And I feel like a lot of the English Caribbean, I don't know if they're a little bit arrogant. Like they don't accept music from the French Caribbean. They don't accept music from Guadeloupe or Haiti. It's like, what's that? There's that song that just came out. Zoukla se selmeti kamanuni. Yo, this song is 45 years old. Now the English Caribbean got on it. Now everybody's on it. So I say this is I've experienced the xenophobia from the English Caribbean and from Black Americans. So I'm not gonna say that it is the same now, but when I was there and sometimes to college, it was there. So now I'm gonna go to I'm gonna say something. It's like when I was in junior high school, kids from Erasmus, American English kids from Erasmus, Jamaicans, they used to come and beat up Haitian kids that I went to junior high, right? So the Haitian kids started bringing up stuff to protect themselves. I say this to say this. You just mentioned something about somebody, a Haitian that was in the Bahamian, and he said, if y'all come here, I'm going to kill you, right?
Mm-hmm.
You catch the person that hits second. You never catch the first person that hit you first.
True.
So maybe he said that was a reaction. So just because I'm in another country, I'm supposed to let somebody come trying to bully me? We're not doing that. Second, they said that they burned the Bahamian flag. I don't know what the circumstances was that, and if they did that, they're wrong. But I'm guaranteeing you, they didn't burn it just to burn it for no reason. Haitians.
Why?
Why would you burn it?
Why would you? I'm sorry. Why do you guarantee that?
Because I'm a Haitian. Why would Haitians are reactionary? Why would I just burn a Bahamian flag when people come let me stay here? Haitians don't even burn American flags.
Okay.
So I'm not saying it was right. I'm not saying it. Why would they burn a Bahamian flag? If the Bahamian government let them come and let them
stay
celebrate their own flag day. So I'm not gonna say that. I will not say that if they burn it for no reason. Why would you burn a Bahamian flag for no reason? So was it smart? Probably not, because it's gonna agitate the people, and those people that they put the microphone on are just like those ADOS people. Oh, Haitians are just like Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable said, right?
I agree with what you said. They went to the low energy people in the Bahamas and asked them a nuanced question, right? To only get a blunt answer from these low energy people. I agree.
And so they use that. See, this is the problem. The same tactic that they use here is the same tactic that they use in America. So they're not even learning from their own journalistic points. They use European journalistic points and go, oh, yeah, Haitians are doing this, Haitians are doing that. Okay. And I'm not going to say, I can't say I'm not there on the ground to say that Haitian people ain't do some dumb shit or whatever, because people are people. It's not just because of the hate. I mean, like, no, Haitians wouldn't do that. But I'm going to say that the leadership is supposed to stop that. Meaning that, like somebody said on the chat, the leadership is supposed to put the unity together. But the number one person I'm going to blame is the fucking Haitian government. The Haitian government ain't shit. They ain't shit. Because if your country was good, this Haitian wouldn't be leaving, going to other people's country. And what I'm going to say is, as a group of people, like, I get it. People from another country come, and so they say taking their jobs. Maybe the Haitians are doing the jobs that they don't want to do. Just like they say the Mexicans come here and do jobs that Mexicans are taking our job. Nigga, you don't want to go shovel the snow.
Haitians are doing jobs that Bahamians don't want to do. I can tell you that firsthand.
So, okay, so this is what I'm saying. So, because Haitians come from a country where the economic is trash. They come here, they say, oh shit, y'all don't want to do that? Let me do that. So why are you mad?
Yep. I agree
So
with that.
again, I'm not with the xenophobic shit, because I love especially us, bro. Music from everywhere. I'm not one of those people, but I do recognize the fact that Haitian people have been mistreated all over the world. And again, I'm gonna say this: can I blame? Look what the Dominicans are doing to the Haitians. What the fuck did the Haitian government do?
Right.
This is one of the worst for the Dominicans to be beating Haitian, and your government don't even be like, you know what? The next Haitian you set up, we're gonna set it off on y'all. Even if you was lying. So I believe there is xenophobia. I don't know if there's xenophobia is in us. So it's just like tribal, like we speak about like we were talking about the Africans.
Yeah.
We're tribal. You understand what I'm saying? Haiti, so the history said when Haiti got their independence, they said anybody who want to come through, once you put your foot on the Haitian land, you're not a slave, you're free. This is what we said. Mm-hmm. But now we're getting shitted on all over the world. Nobody want to open their door. Aristide got kicked out of Haiti. Where's the Caribbean defending Haiti? The country that showed the world that the black man is king. Where y'all at?
But Azuli, this is why I tell you things can come back and get you. What? You said, what have you done for me lately? You're talking about 1804.
Yeah.
Over 200 and something years ago.
But
what have you done lately, though?
What have I done lately? Once I put the spark in your head that you're not a slave, you're a warrior. You're a warrior, my nigga. What you mean? What have I done?
No. What have you done? You did that in 1804.
I just told you. Okay, what have we done? What do you mean? What have we done lately?
You know what I mean by that. What have you done lately? What have you done that will evoke that same respect, that same sentiment of gratitude for what was done in 1804?
Okay, the first question, y'all never give us gratitude from the beginning. So I don't know why gratitude would be given to us now. But what I'm going to say is...
Hold on. As Mr. Untouchable pointed out to you a couple of weeks back, Haiti took an interesting stance there, and we can't deny that. When Haiti did what they did, they went and helped some of those Spanish-speaking countries in South America and whatnot. But Haiti, and I think it was Oni who pointed it out too. Haiti said, "Let the rest of the Caribbean fight." Haiti didn't come storming through and saving Bahamians or saving Jamaica. Let's be real about this. So again, you're talking mostly about 1804, and I have gratitude for that, and I think all of us do, right? Because it did put a spark in us, the rest of the Caribbean, and the folks here in America, etc. But that was 1804. What have you done for us lately? That's just as valid. Hold on, that's just as valid as when you ask that question of Africa.
I don't know if it's the same thing, but I'm going to try to answer it. What has Haiti done for the Caribbean since 1804? Is that what you're saying?
What has Haiti done for the rest of us? Yeah.
I don't know what Haiti has done for the most of you, because Haiti has been under constant embargo, constant attack since 1804.
But are they not men? You know, that's the question you ask of Africa. Are they not men?
But this is what I'm saying. I just said that Haiti didn't do shit since 1804, technically. And then in 1940, when Haiti got invaded or colonized again by America from 1914 to 1939, there was a bunch of rebels called the Cocos that kept fighting until they killed the general. So I don't know what you want me to say that Haiti have done for.
I just want you to keep it even.
I don't think that's the same thing, bro.
It is though.
But no, it's not, because Haiti's not a continent. Haiti didn't sell me into slavery.
Well, that's even, listen. Africa is a continent, meaning that there's 50 plus countries on that continent that would need to be in unison. You know, to get 50 plus groups in unison. But Haiti is one place that achieved something in 1804, and as we mentioned it before on this segment of the Bit of Medicine podcast, Haiti said, "Let the rest of them fight." Haiti went on and helped.
What did it say? Haiti said, "Let the rest of them fight." Where do you get that?
If you go back and you remember what only.
Well, I could say that. Yeah, Dessalines said it himself.
Haiti said. Dessalines said what?
Dessalines said. Basically, Dessalines said, "Yeah, we're not going to interfere with other countries. They should fight for their own liberation."
Nah, I doubt that. You got to show me that proof. But
Dessalines
would never say that. You got to show me that proof.
All right.
What I'm going to say is, this is what I'm going to say. If you want to say Haiti didn't do shit for the Caribbean since 1804, I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to fight on that or whatever. But what I will say is that Haiti did experience xenophobia Israel for me. And I'm not going to say that the people in the Bahamas don't have a little bit of right to stand for what they say. At the end of the day, they were there before us. It's their country. Resources are rare. Money is probably where the economic thing is rare, and people are struggling. And once you struggle, if you're struggling, you're going to look at the next person that just came, and you're going to blame it for the failure of the government or your own failure. So I get their pushback or whatever. What my main concern, who I really want to blame is the Haitian government for being trash for the past 200 years to their people. So I'm not even gonna entertain the people from the Bahamas or whatever. Hey, they were there. That's their land. They were there before us. We keep escaping, and the little natural resource that's there, with the European mindset that they have, I'm not supposed to share or whatever. I get it. So I don't know if it would be the same thing if Bahamians came to Haiti. They probably do the same thing. Hey, y'all can't keep coming and take our natural resources. But again, the scarcity European mindset. When we were who we were, meaning not just Haitians, but like black people. Yo, my food is your food. My land is your land. It didn't matter. But the programming. So I'm not really mad. I mean, when I hear it, it kind of hurts me. But then I have to think, yo, it's their land, bro. What I blame is the Haitian government for being a piece of shit for the past fucking 200 years.
In the chat, before we go to Mr. Untouchable, BB Rodriguez says, Vodun is a spiritual practice, sir. She goes on to say Frederick Douglass was cloaked by an Obeah man. Okay, I didn't realize that. B. Rodriguez says, wow, I learned something. You all share same cultural lives. Compa, whoa. Bobby Rice says Martinique and Guadeloupe are overseas departments of France. B. Rodriguez says yes, France does still own them. B. Rodriguez says bullying your own people with a sad face. Pro-Black Perspective says yeah on spirituality. Yeah, at B. Rodriguez on spirituality. The Learning Curve says the Black American has access to the most economic resources but cannot connect with other Black equals African people because we are told that we should not work together. It is by design. I think that's a great comment to the matron. B. Rodriguez says, I never believed that even as a child, I knew Toussaint and Dessalines were freedmen, freedom fighters. We are eternally grateful to Haiti for their courage, valor, and triumph. She says, grateful for my family's teachings. She also says, again, pardon my syntax, Koku. That's all right. She said, this must stop. B. Rodriguez also said Haiti work with Bolivar, help U.S. and South America. We are grateful. I understand that. Pro-Black Perspective said, dang, got him. Yep. He says, I remember my point on tribalism. It's more valid since Africa did more recently. Yep. Haiti helped free all the enslaved in Colombia, Venezuela, Peru, Bolivia. Yep. You're right about that, BB. Mr. Untouchable, without further ado, let's get your take on this prompt.
No, I had the last discussion that me and was really talking, and I think I had a heart-to-heart with him on this particular topic in explaining some context to the whole scenario, and I think that he was able to understand. However, he is basically saying that we sitting in the Bahamas with our colonial mentality and we don't want to share. So I feel like he really holding to that belief that Bahamians don't like to share.
No, that's not. So I'm not to coach. I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about how a program. I didn't mean just Bahamian. I didn't mean just Bahamian. Sorry.
Okay. So, but let me just say this though. Because you may not know, in the Bahamas, we have popular radio stations that we share our radio stations with the Haitian massive because there's many Haitians in the country. So this is how I learned about compa. This is how I learned about zouk, because like during a certain hour, especially on the weekends, the channels are basically in Creole, pure Creole. You know what I mean? Even so, and the music too, by the way.
That's a fact.
So this is how I got introduced to the music, and that's been that way for a while. If you, another thing too is, in all sincerity, the Haitians and the Bahamians are closer brothers than anybody. Why say that? Why can one go and say that? Because we only believe that we was able to move within our different island nations via someone else taking us. But the reality is the Africans been moving all around the Caribbean for a very long time. And we've been having relationships with each other, and names change, And if we really go back, in fact, if we used to do a DNA sample at a typical Bahamian on the street, they'll be surprised how much Haitian blood they'll find in them. We didn't want to admit that.
Absolutely.
But that's really the reality of the situation.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They may have dropped us off, or we may have come in a British boat and y'all may have come in a French boat. Or we may have come in a pirate boat and the pirate boat may have drop you all off in Haiti and drop us off in the Bahamas. But we're really brothers. You know what I mean? This is really a brother fight, even in the United States of America, because it was into something slavery as well, into American slavery as well, where they used to bring slave from America to go to the Caribbean, and they used to bring slave from the Caribbean to go to America. Yeah? So we mixed and matched. But really and truly, we really are brothers. Are we xenophobic? Absolutely. Are we Afrophobic? Absolutely. Do we have a particular view with people, poor people, in particular people with no money? Absolutely. Because if this was a bunch of Europeans coming to the Bahamas bringing a whole lot of money, you wouldn't hear a Bahamian saying a goddamn thing. Let me tell you. So, we have all these things inside of us, yes, but are Bahamians sharing? Absolutely. Are we respectful of other people? Absolutely. Do we embrace people in different cultures coming from different places? You know how much Nigerians in this country right now? Absolutely. We are a gambit of all manner of different kinds of thing. You know what I mean? And so to paint the picture of us being just this one thing and show it to the world, I feel like that's wholly unfair, because it don't really speak of a people. This is what they do to the African Americans too. In particular, the ADOS and the FBA people. They have this messaging out there as if they speak for the whole entire population of African Americans, which is, see, I know African Americans who get down with everybody in the black world. So I know they lying. So and I know they lying on us, and I know they'll continue to lie on the Haitian people. Why? Because the Haitian people, they said no. And not only do they say no, they say we African and we don't business. We can have our African religion and African culture. We've been programmed differently, but that don't necessarily mean that we continue to be brothers. It just means that our programming, you know what I mean, we need to get rid of and see it for what it really is. But as far as scarcity is concerned, Bahamians have a scarcity mindset. Bahamians think that 8 million y'all come over to Haiti and come over to our country and just take us over. Well, in reality, not really the case. Very few people go leave Haiti and migrate to other places. And in fact, we do need immigration, because the majority of the Bahamas really is empty. The majority of the Bahamas in all the different islands, they're really empty. We really do need immigration. We need skilled immigration, but we really do need immigration. But we work off a scarcity mindset because we feel like we don't have enough, and we don't have enough. We are limited in our resources, but we have each other. You know what I mean? And we do have natural resources that we could manufacture and manipulate to sell to the rest of the world, whether it's sand and fish and the different things the ocean could provide. Do you know they found oil in the Bahamas as well? There are many different things. We have a scarcity mindset, and we are limited in our thinking in doing certain things to make certain things work. You know what I mean? But we really don't hate Haiti. We just hate the situation that we in, and that's throughout the Caribbean. And another thing too is, it's unfortunate, but I said this last week. The British and the French have issues with each other. They fought wars against one another. And we have the same sentiments of our colonizers, our former slave masters. And this is unfortunate. And they have been able to create this division based off of what they initially had. They give that poison to us. So we fight amongst each other like we ain't eternal brothers trying to get the fuck out of here. But that's neither here nor there. But I would like to know, though. I would like to know this question. In Haiti seemed to have leapfrog over our country. We are very close to them. We're closer than really most countries in the Caribbean. Why did they leapfrog over us and go help the South Americans and not try to liberate the Caribbean people right next to them? That's a question I have. I just wanted to throw that out there. But that's my spill for the night on that topic.
Well, I do not know that, and this is the thing. Sometimes people are gonna say I'm a weirdo. Like sometimes I'm big. I'm not. I don't know if I believe that because okay, we sent to fight Bolivia or whatever to help those people. My question is, where did they said we didn't go fight with them? We gave them ships and stuff like that. My thing is, where did we get all these ships? Like the nation was just born, so I don't even know if these things are true, but that's what they say. To answer your question, bro, I don't know what they do. I don't know. I really don't know. Why did they go help Bolivia, Peru, and instead of the Caribbean that was the Jamaica that was next to them? I don't know if they knew about Jamaica. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. I don't know how to see. These stories are so weird to me that even myself right now I'm beginning to question them. You're right. How do you not go? But the thing is, one of the answers could be that the Bolivian and those people had a leadership that was fighting, had a big leadership that was fighting. Like Jamaica may not had a leadership. Maybe they had like small groups that were rebelling, and how were those groups were gonna come to Haiti and ask for help or something like that. So I don't know, bro. I can't. That sounds pretty weird to me too. Why would they do that? Understand what I'm saying? So I don't know. But my thing about this is that we are all unity is a must either way, and the whole scarcity mindset, like even like Caribbean people don't even operate this way. Like when you go to their house, they might have the last bread. They'll cut you a piece of bread. So I don't even know where this scarcity mindset is coming from. Like you could go to a Caribbean person's house, they might have one piece of bread. They ask you, "Do you have it?" Even if when we reach back to the African, that's the mentality you offer people. So I don't even know where did we develop the scarcity mindset that they put on our mind if we weren't programmed. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't. I can't say that Haitian people. Okay. I would say this. Like when I came over, my parents told me to stay away from the Black Americans, and they said the Jamaicans are too loud. You better stay away from them too. But the difference is the children, the Haitian children, did not listen to that. We we went to mingle with the Jamaicans, with the Trinidadians, with the Americans, or whatever. It wasn't reciprocated, but I would say that some of our parents had a little xenophobia in them, even though you, it was only said in the house. So my father would not go. My father would tell me stay away from them, but would not. If he goes to work, he'll interact with them like they were his brothers. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know, man.
Well, I wanted to touch on that tribalism thing again, just because I forgot. Because I think what Azulism said about what could have prompted them to burn a flag, and it might just be on their flag day, their flag was being burned, I don't know, but I would suppose that somebody burned your flag, you might burn their flag, and it's not like again, it's just a reaction to a reaction to a reaction to a reaction. I would say though that I just looked at the population numbers. Bahamas is tiny, 400,000 people. Obviously 400,000 people, and another nation is 8 million people. 8 million people in need. Like as much as tourism was talking about, Haitian government ain't all that. To a lot of people, the Haitian government doesn't even exist. At this point, some people are theorizing that it's run by different gang factions, and one gang is looking to become the official leader at some point. But like the government itself is has been rendered obsolete. On top of one of the leaders in charge who was in fact himself financing these gangs or whatever, or trying to coordinate these gangs, was killed for whatever reason. I do want to say though that we talk about the territorialism. I mean, it's kind of like somebody earlier wrote, Tariq Nasheed was dissing Garvey, and I recoiled. I didn't react. I think it's normal for people to have a reaction, especially if you know, in whatever territory they may have, whether that's a physical territory or, you know, I would say a metaphysical territory, you know, just a space that they might occupy. I say all that to say that I'm trying to, but what I'm saying is that, you know, like if I go to certain areas in America and I start dissing that area, like yeah, you could best expect some people in that area will say stuff. And I could even say that I was on I was dissing I think Chicago pizza or something, and, and our friend D Webb had
Yeah.
something to say about it. You know, it's like, but I'm just saying, like that's just generally how it is. You really, realistically speaking, you don't diss somebody in their own backyard, and if you do, somebody's probably going to respond, and it's not abnormal. It's not xenophobia. You know, you kind of, you know, you try to ruffle feathers, you might ruffle feathers. That's about it. And this is what we see with like you know, ADOS, they do this all the time where they're like Pan-Africanism in shambles and Pan-Africanism dead. And I mean, I personally don't react, but I know a lot of the Pan-Africanists, a lot of Pan-Africanists are responding and replying, and it's like, you know, that's what people do. It's like low key is trolling. You know, when I was talking about the pizza, I was low key trolling. But it's like that's what it is. Like you know, some people are trolling. You burning somebody's flag in their country, you're trolling. You know, and you get a reaction. And I mean, I wouldn't judge people off this reaction. Do people have harbored hostility? Yes. Do people, like, if I was a population of 400,000, if I was a country of 400,000, and there was another country of 8 million people coming in, right? With limited immigration policy, I would be concerned too. Like America's concerned about China overrunning them. You know, people in Africa are concerned about China overrunning them. China has 1 billion plus people. India has 1 billion plus people. You want an immigration policy between your country and another country. Otherwise, yes, the people like another country can be subsumed. You know, consumed. You know, if you have 100,000 people come from Haiti into the Bahamas, the people in the Bahamas are now outnumbered in what they consider their own land. You know, and I mean, I'm not going to say that they should not be concerned about that. I think it would be normal to be concerned about that, because if I go into, like, for instance, even if you like, if people from New York go to, you know, name a city, Detroit or whatever, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, you go to Detroit, a big group of people from New York, Black Americans, go to Detroit, right? The people in Detroit are going to be like, where are these Black Americans coming from? They taking away our culture, they taking our jobs, they taking us, you know. I mean, and you know, they're all Black Americans, so it's normal for people to be territorial, at least in the Western hemisphere, in the Western world. I mean, I could even say in Africa it was normal for us to be territorial. It's just normal. It might be humans are generally territorial, you know, because Wazungu's territorial, the Asians are territorial, you know, the Africans are territorial. I'm not going to hold it against people for being territorial per se. You know, it's only when it's misdirected that you say, why are you misdirecting it?
Oh, Oni.
Okay.
Yo, over here in New York, when I was in high school, it was my high school was in Lower Manhattan, but it was always a lot of kids from you know, the Bronx and Harlem, and then the Brooklyn. It was always Uptown versus Brooklyn.
Yeah, I mean, because I used to do some political. Yeah, I told you guys I had like venture into the community center in Brownsville, and this sister was telling me in Brownsville that how like she wanted to go back to the shelter, and I was like, why? She's like, she don't feel safe because overnight these kids were shooting at her apartment, right? And the people who came to her apartment shooting guns, like boom, 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 right at her windows or whatever, were trying to shoot the other kids in that apartment because the apartment buildings were feuding. You know, they were territorial over you in this projects and I'm in this projects. We're enemies. You know what I mean? Like that's just a normal thing. I mean, there's this study. You know, these white folks did a study on these mice and how mice become territorial when, you know, when we talk about scarcity, when they're living in overabundance and like a lot of food, overabundance, but like pretty much minimum roles, minimum jobs in a sense, right? So even mice, they did an experiment on mice, and C. Calhoun, for those who don't know, John C. Calhoun did this experiment on mice, and it's like, yeah, you know, they can create gangs in mice, you know. So what we see is that sort of thing, but like if you go by the logistics, you're a population of 400,000. You know, you're a tiny island population. You have to be concerned about your border. Now, if you're not concerned about your border, that's okay. But like realistically speaking, you could be consumed by any country, let alone Haiti's the biggest Caribbean country, or is I guess the biggest black country in the Western Hemisphere. You know, and by 4 times, like it's 4 times as big as Jamaica, and Jamaica's tiny, obviously, but still, it's like
Is
huge.
Cuba was the biggest?
Well, I'm saying like black run, black.
Oh, black run. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, like you got Brazil and you got Cuba, but they're not really like, and you got Dominican Republic, I guess, but they're not really black countries. You know what I mean? But like Haiti is
Not in the leadership, but the majority of the Cuba is they have a large amount of black folks there.
Yeah, I think they got more white folk though.
Yeah, but a very large portion.
Nah, they don't have more white folks. That's what they said. What Mr. Untouchable said. The leadership is them, but this is what I'm gonna say. Where was that xenophobia when Columbus landed there? Where was that xenophobia when they came to West Africa? Where was that xenophobia?
Wait, what are you talking about?
If it's in us to be, oh nah, these are the. Where was that xenophobia when the European landed in the shores of the Caribbean or in South America? Where was that xenophobia when the Europeans were on West Africa? Where was that xenophobia?
Well,
if there was xenophobia, how did we get overrun? Where was the xenophobia? How come the xenophobia is only there when we face each other, when we interface with each other?
I would like the learning curve to come on to explain what an exotic black person is and explain what the game she is talking about.
Yeah, I mean, about
what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to say that this is a learned programming, a learned behavior to be xenophobic. Because where was that xenophobia when Columbus put his foot in the Caribbean?
Well, all right, so
I think, bro. Oh, my bad, man. Cut you off, bro.
No, go ahead,
I think it's a difference between a friendly rivalry and I want to annihilate all of the people that look like you. I think we need to make that differentiation before we start that. You know what I'm saying? It's like Bahamians and you know what I'm saying? Haitians may have a friendly rivalry, but you don't want to wipe out the whole island. The Bahamians don't want to wipe out the whole island of Haiti and kill everybody. You know what I'm saying? And you know, enslave all of those people and make them do their bidding and whatnot. We didn't know what we was dealing with when the European landed in these different islands, right? They already had a structure set up where as though they wanted to enact a certain, you know, policy and enrich, and they come from a place of scarcity, right? I think a lot of people, black people, come from areas where they didn't know that scarcity, where they didn't feel that, you know what I'm saying? It's stories where they try to attribute cannibalism to the North Americas, when in reality, the only place where it's documented cannibalism is Europe. You know what I'm saying? So they come from extreme, like, you know, improvisation, where the point where they're eating each other. Where you think people learn to drink milk from? It's like, it's to the point where it's like, yo, we gotta drink this baby cow formula just to stay alive. You feel me? And I think that's unfair to compare those two things, where like a rivalry compared to like, what I want, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically,
genocide. Yeah.
There you go, genocide. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's a difference. You gotta differentiate between those two.
Yeah, I also wanted to add that, you know, when Columbus came, we weren't actually here.
Right.
You know? I mean, like, contrary to, you know, what some people would say, like Columbia's met Native Americans, and they might have been like, I'm not saying that people, I'm not gonna say you like it's not to say that you're not territorial just because you're friendly, you know. I think people were friendly, and then they got like caught by this war machine. You know what I mean? But I'm not saying that, because again, I don't think this is xenophobia as much as, you now are a tiny nation trying to develop yourself, and then another group comes in that can absorb you, and not just can absorb you, but is burning your flag and all that kind of stuff. Now, why they're burning your flag, what that's about, that's a whole other thing. But even when you talk about, like I said, the two apartment buildings shooting at each other, right? Or they're fighting over, pretty much gang money, drug money. They're fighting over drug money, but that's not our natural state at all. We are, forced into these economic situations, and then we have to claw out of that. So that's not where we were. And like D-Web was just saying, there's a different mindset when you're in abundance versus when you're in scarcity. When you're in abundance, like for instance, if I got, all right, I'll say this: when I went to Africa, I felt rich. You know what I mean? It was a new feeling. I don't know if y'all know, but when you're in New York City, I don't go to Manhattan too much, but I went to Manhattan. I went to Manhattan a couple of times, walking by a restaurant, looked at the menu in the wall, and I just kept walking. Like you knew you couldn't eat there. But when you in Africa, when you in Ghana or whatever, right? It was like you could eat anywhere. People give you the good treatment. You're suddenly just everything. You're interesting because you got money, right? Yeah. When I was there, I was like, yeah, I feel abundance, giving out money. You know what I mean? I was just giving out money because it was what was money back there wasn't really money. Like $20 is a lot of money in Ghana, right? But it's nothing in New York. It's literally you could get a burger, like you could get bus fare or something, right? So yeah, I mean, when you have abundance, then you might be charitable, right? But when you have scarcity, right? You're talking about 400,000 people struggling, maybe, or not doing too well, but just doing a little better than the next person, but not doing enough, not doing well enough. Then yeah, you're gonna be possessive of whatever. Just like I said, the buildings, the projects that I was organizing in, you're going to fight with the man across from you, because if you try to sell drugs to Betsy or Betty or whatever, and the next man is trying to sell drugs to Betty only gonna buy from one of you. She don't need to buy from both of you. So now you have to fight over Betty. Now, if it just happens that Betty, Sue, and Marie, I don't know their names or whatever, but all of them to want to buy drugs from everybody all the time, and they got a lot of money to pay on drugs, then you're not fighting the next man over getting Betty's money. You know what I'm saying? So it really comes to, like I always say, it comes back to economics, kind of, but that's what it is. That's what it is. And so where the xenophobia was, when you came from a land where y'all, I'm not saying that Africans were all living nice and good, but when you came from, when the Europeans met us, a lot of times they met, empires and kingdoms and all that kind of stuff, or just small villages that had nothing to do with anybody, so they just weren't into the global politics in the same way as the Europeans were, when they were, at the time that we were just living peacefully, they were fighting each other to the death. You know what I'm saying?
We'll only be giving them 20-minute answers, Mike.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go to the next prompt.
23 minutes.
I told y'all about OD, man.
Let's go to the next prompt. Shoot the breeze. Topic number 8.
Oh gosh, what?
Was Whoopi Goldberg's suspension warranted for saying the Holocaust was not about race, but rather man's inhumanity to man? Now, I don't have any story here, so does anyone know the context really of what happened to Whoopi Goldberg recently?
She criticized the wrong people. She said the wrong things, and she got canceled.
Well, she basically, in a nutshell, I kept up with the little story. She basically said that the Holocaust wasn't about race. She basically said because it was white on white violence, in a sense. and bam, cancel time. You feel me? Because you know the Jewish distinction has this very special place where it's also a race and it's also a religion and it's also it has several different distinctions, right? So once she said the magical words, you know, they got her about the paint. That's basically what happened.
Mr. Untouchable, were you aware of this story?
No, well, I did hear something on it. But Whoopi Goldberg has been a notorious tap dancer for many years on The View. So she get her comeuppance, and I really could give a shit about what happens to. I mean, no disrespect to the people that move interested in Whoopi Goldberg, but she's been notorious. So screw up. You know, she get what she deserved. Fuck her. She's like what's the guy Judge Judy's sheriff?
Yeah.
The bailiff? Yeah, man. She notorious, man. Screw her, man.
Don't forget the Ted Danson incident with Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah, she was dating Ted Danson, and he went to an award show or something in blackface. This is back in the 90s. He went to an award show in blackface, and she kind of stood. She accompanied him, and she kind of stood by his side during the criticism, if I remember correctly, right?
And then when Mel Gibson was making that rant about his girlfriend getting raped by a pack of niggas, she was writing The View, taking up for Mel Gibson. She's been notorious throughout her career, man. Notorious.
Oni, were you aware of this story?
Yeah, I don't really know much about it, but I could talk on it for 20 minutes. No,
no, thank you. The Learning Curve says Whoopi was reminded that her name is Karen Johnson. I like that from the Learning Curve. I like that.
Come on, Oni. I didn't hurt you. Man, I was just joking, bro. I didn't mean that by it, bro. You could talk all you want, bro.
We like Oni rants, bro.
Yeah, man. I just was pulling your leg.
Don't take it the wrong way, but we gonna poke fun at you.
We just talking smack, you know what I mean? But you do have 20-minute answers, though.
Nah, I'm playing. I really don't know what was going on with Whoopi. I mean, I read about it, but I heard about it, but that's about it. You know, I didn't really, like you said, Whoopi is Whoopi, you know? I mean, what she said, all right, here I started, right? No, what she said wasn't wrong per se. But, you know, like you say, you know, there's certain people that you can't criticize, you know? Mm-hmm. Or there's certain people you can't talk about because they happen to... You know, they happen to put themselves in a position where they can, you know, call your boss, you know? And it's like that, like at some point you got to know not to bite the hand that feeds you. Unfortunately, and that's why you got to get out of position of being fed by somebody whose hands don't look like yours, you know? But you see from her last name.
Yep. Lero says she wasn't wrong at all, though. Bibi Rodriguez said she's right. However, she forgot who she really was. She's not a Goldberg. Her paymaster reminded her $400K per week salary will be missed. She has a lot of mouths to feed. Mr. Untouchable, is there something you want to say? Last word here?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, okay. No, I thought I heard something. So, Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight is the black man was so desperate to give away money to these designers who don't like him. And so I'm going to share my screen here. We're going to look at a video real quick, and then we'll have a conversation.
We've been in Gucci for about an hour, right? And we in Gucci in the VIP. We've been in Gucci for like 2 hours, right? Since we came in here, having nobody came and showed us no courtesy, no amenities, no nothing. Period. Not even a drink of water. Asked to speak to a manager. Send me a black guy out here that start telling me some bullshit. So they got the black guy racial profiling on black people. Asked to speak to a manager bigger than him. Everybody disappeared. Ain't nobody come out yet. I still ain't getting no sparkling water. I still ain't getting no champagne. I still ain't getting nothing. I didn't have a salesperson inside of my VIP suite the whole time I was there. I had to keep screaming for VIP people to help me out. Now everybody don't know where the real manager is. You heard? It's time. I'm tired of this. We spending all this money as entertainers inside these stores. They hire these black people, and these black people are more racist than white people when they get their job inside of Gucci. All of a sudden, you stop playing with us, bro. Still haven't seen a manager yet. Still haven't seen a manager yet. Since I'm talking to you right now, a manager still hasn't popped out of Gucci. And the bill is like $29,000, but we didn't pay that yet. You heard? Why would we? They still haven't sent a manager or bottle of sparkling water or anything that says that we appreciate your service for being in here in Gucci and spending that bag.
The big one.
The big one. They sent this guy. What is he possibly going to do? You heard? What is he going to do? Is what I want to know. Still haven't seen a manager. Is there a manager that works here or everybody's just a worker?
That was so embarrassing. That was so fucking embarrassing. In the chat, Lero said tap danced for. BB Rodriguez said, love this one. This is what it is. Keto said no sparkling water and laughs. Lero says he tap danced for. Keto says clown. The learning Keto says, dare sir, build a brand and wear it. That was absolutely cringeworthy. Kare, I'm going to start with you. Just go around. What say you to that?
Yeah, you see, this is the opposite of me right here. You know, this guy's complaining. He's, I'm spending $29,000. These people don't care about $29,000. They make that, that's nothing to them. That's like a penny. They don't want you in their store. That should be the first sign that they're ignoring you and giving you to run around. They're getting a kick out of this. You know, that look at this guy. He's taking to Twitter. A grown man crying about not getting champagne or sparkling water. Embarrassing, man. I would love to hear Azuliism on this one, man.
Azuli, we'd love to hear from you on this one.
To play devil's advocate, if the Negro is spending $30,000 in there, hey, they could at least give him what the other people are getting. But what can we expect? Did Tyreek Nash say anything about this ADOS? He ain't saying nothing about that coon. That's a coon move right there. Who goes to you a 40-year-old man? Again, it's like, didn't they do that to Oprah too when she went to Paris? Like they kicked her out of a high-end store, and so they do all this all the time. So it's an embarrassment that this guy, but he's a rapper. These rappers are mentally challenged. This guy is 40, but he's really 15. So, I mean, I'm glad that happened to him, but is that a wake-up call? No. And this is the telling thing of what he just said. The bill was $30,000. He said it's $30,000, but we ain't paid yet. He didn't say we just working at the store. Yeah. We ain't paid yet.
He's still going to pay.
This is the masculine energy we have here? These are the men? This is disgusting. But then again, hey, he's sending these people's kids to college. I bet I would have asked him for $500 to shoot my movie. He would have told me what the F I look like. So that's just terrible, bro. Like, who does this? Like, why don't you shop? Why don't you shop? But this is the thing. You know what Tyreek Nash is gonna say? He's gonna say, "Yo, it's the immigrants that got in his mind that's making him do this." So it's another L, man. It's another L.
Let's hear from Oni next.
Yeah, so I can't blame White Boy for not noticing this guy. I don't even know who this is, honestly. I did not know who Jim Jones was. I cannot expect.
Oni, stop lying. How old are you, Oni?
Is that how old am I?
Yeah.
30 something. Why?
Yo, don't tell me you didn't know the song when that song was out. Ballin', you know that song. Stop. Don't try to put
Ballin'?
It was a rap song. You don't know Jim Jones?
Wait, you said the song was called Ballin'?
He was part of Dipset. You don't know the group Dipset?
I know Dipset, kind of, but I wasn't really into Dipset like that. You know,
Yeah,
I know
that's big
Cameron.
time.
If you said Cameron, yeah, Cameron's a Dipset, right?
Yeah, he was part of that group. But go ahead.
Yeah, but we part. Wasn't he the leader? I don't know. But anyway, nah. So I don't really mess with Jim Jones. I guess maybe he's from the Cameron era. I don't know. But yeah, if white people don't recognize him, like that makes perfect sense. And then I mean, I think when Oprah got played, like Oprah, they were like Oprah don't have enough money to buy something. Like that was kind of like how you don't know Oprah, but like to not know Jim Jones is not surprising. You know, he didn't get the VIP treatment he wanted. Maybe he's just not a VIP to other people. You know, it kind of reminds me of I think Kevin Hart was saying that Eddie Murphy was white people funny versus how Kevin Hart was black people funny at the time. Now he's obviously white people funny too, but white people famous or whatever. But it's like, yeah, I mean, he just wasn't a VIP, and it's like whining about sparkling water or whatever. Personally, I've added him to my BAN list for the week. And that's like pretty much like I'll like that. I'll flesh it out tomorrow, but
Right.
yeah, this is just the kind of weak mindset that black folk can do without. Luckily, unfortunately, a lot of people did not like fall for his,
Right. Right. Mr. Untouchable.
This guy, Jim Jones. Jim Jones is a name for a white preacher who takes some people to Guyana, right?
Yep.
So why does black man name himself Jim Jones? Anyways, what I'm
Hey, Mr. Untouchable.
Yeah.
A guy who took black people to Guyana and killed them.
That's not
Don't
only
forget
black.
that. Don't forget that part. Don't forget that part.
No, but that's true. So is he gonna kill people? But it's funny because this man, it looks like he's a very wealthy person with that amount of diamonds and things around his neck. I mean, why wouldn't he go? He's a Puerto Rican. Don't Puerto Ricans have clothes stores where you could get the same kind of? Because he only wear like hoodies and shit like that. You can't buy them at a Puerto Rican store. Why do you?
Nah, he's not Puerto Rican. He's black. He's African American. He's not Puerto Rican.
Oh, I Google him. It's a Puerto Rican and Aruba.
Yeah, his mom looks Spanish for sure.
Oh damn! Tariq Nasheed is gonna shit on that story.
Yeah,
Oh,
So I'm thinking, and he's from the Bronx too. So don't they have Puerto Rican clothes store in the Bronx? Why does he have to drive all the way to Manhattan to go to Uchi to frickin' go spend all his money there that he probably busts his ass earning? I mean, it's so ridiculous at this point. But I personally think that this whole scenario is fake. I think they faked this whole scenario. You know why? Because prior to this, he told a story that he learned how to kiss by tongue kissing his mommy in the mouth.
Yep.
So that was really a big story on him. And I think that this kind of thing was really it's a sleight of hands, you know what I mean? Trying to go away from that particular story. Because these guys that are attention whores. But he made a mistake in going in and telling that story, you see. So I just think that this is a contrived story to take away from what actually happened to him when he was a child and tongue kissing his mommy in the mouth. So these guys are ridiculous, man. I get no love for them brothers, none whatsoever. They clowns to me.
D-Web, what say you?
Yeah, the funny thing is he actually does have his own brand, I believe, his own clothing brand. However, he's choosing to, wear the Gucci. I guess the Gucci's was hot, right? You know what I'm saying? And I think what stood out to me is like knowing the economic situation that a lot of people are in right now. If you ever try to go buy some oxtail recently, you know what's going on, right? It is not good out here. I feel for you brothers in New York because I'm in Florida and I'm hurt. You feel me? So it's like the situation what people did when you talking about spending $29K in Gucci, which the brother pointed out earlier, that's nothing to Gucci. They probably had Elton John in there the week before spending $100K. You feel me? And so it's like you're bragging about spending $29K when in reality that money could go to a black clothing brand and put them on the map. You know what I'm saying? It was one clothing company, Kingdom Come. It was Kingdom something. And they were commenting on this story when it broke, and it was like, yo, like part of the proceeds from my clothing brand goes to funding like black kids going to different institutions, schools, and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Which 29K would have been very life-changing for that brand, right? But you choose to put these G's on your chest. You choose to be a walking billboard. Not only, first and foremost, let's put it out there. A lot of these celebrities who are rocking these different brands get paid to rock those brands.
Yep.
They're not actually spending the money for those brands. You think a Kardashian is spending money for anything they put on? But this idiot is actually going in the Gucci store and spending 30K, which they don't care about. They piss out champagne that costs more than that. And he's spending the money to wear and be a walking billboard for those brands. He doesn't even know how to leverage his own celebrity. He's a straight idiot. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be wearing anything where they don't pay you for it. Like it's ridiculous. How many followers this dude got on Instagram? How many followers this dude got? How many records you done sold? You sitting next to the camera and you paying for clothes? You're an idiot. You're a grade A point blank idiot. You know what I'm saying? But we should expect from this guy. He's 40 years old with, 5 pounds of chains on his neck like he missed the T. But anyway, and even on a fashion sense, if you know any fashionistas, if you know any people who are very adept at presenting themselves in a certain, my homeboy, he's like a regional manager for a car sales, company, right? So he has to be very dapper in what he wears or whatever. And he gets most of his stuff from a thrift store. Like he buys nice shoes. That's the one thing he has to spend money on. But outside that, he goes to the thrift stores where people bring in these nice blazers. People bring in these nice sweaters. And he dresses up. And you would think the man have on $30,000 worth of clothes. You know what I'm saying? And he's shopping off the rack thrift stores. But he knows how to put it together where it looks good. You feel me? This fool got to spend 30K. You better look good in 30K, fool. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not even nothing to brag about. You got to spend 30K to look like you know what you're doing in terms of dressing. When even like rich white people, they go to thrift stores and buy the 80s look or whatever, and they make it trend. This fool spending 30K in Gucci and has over like 1 million followers on. He's an idiot, yo. He's just the biggest idiot I've ever seen, yo.
And wasn't Gucci like a couple of years back putting blackface on? That was Gucci that was putting blackface on into their shirts and stuff like that.
No, it was a scarf with the black lip. You know, the black face with the big lips.
Yeah, so it was Gucci though, right?
Yes, it was.
And see, damn, this guy. I thought this guy was ADOS. Now he's not. Or that Tyreek he's gonna have a field day. Damn.
And he supported. At that time, they were calling him out. He was like, "Yeah, I'm still going to support Gucci." Around that time, look it up.
Who said that? Tariq?
No, this guy.
Jim Jones.
It's an embarrassment, man. Like, and this is the thing. Like, this is our male leadership. Like, women let this guy reproduce. This is the man that women let.
This alpha male, according to them. This is the alpha male, the gangbanger, the 40-year-old gangbanger. This dude is the weakest link, bro. You know what I'm saying?
They let him reproduce. This is the alpha male. This is the guy.
In the chat, Lero says, LOL, my nails make it hard to type, but dude is an utter clown. Talking down on his people so he can spend unnecessary money to brand himself in European family names. Flex culture got folks stupid. I gotta mute Zuli with all that.
Oh, sorry.
Noise in the back. Lero says, but wait, is bro even black? LMAO. Bobby Wright says she got her issue for bug dancing for, I'm not sure what that leads to. The learning curve said, side note questions, did he ever marry Chrissy or seek therapy for tongue kissing his mama? Doubtful. BB says, LMAO, stop spending in these people's stores. I discriminate with my dollars every day. BB says, his new jam is fire. We set the trends. Okay. Lero says, it's a learning curve. Chrissy still ain't got no ring. And then she laughs. You women are cruel. Keto says America has a rigid race ladder. Class could get one thus far, but having the right race in America opens worlds within this structure. I can't deny that. BB Rodriguez says, if you know Cameron, you Jim Jones. I guess you know Jim Jones. She says to the learning curve, Lord, let me guess, Love and Hip Hop. Never watched to hear that. Bobby Wright says, this is why reparations wouldn't make any difference. We would give it all back to the Muzungu. Bibi Rodriguez says reparations matters to doers. Let the doers get it. The doubters, naysayers, and perpetual wasters don't need it. The learning curve says to Lero at Bibi, yeah, I watched and tried to keep up with it, so I have something to talk to the younger ladies about. The learning curve says I legit quote tweeted him so that my consciousness is out there about his issue. Bibi Rodriguez says to the learning curve, yes, understood. I just can't with those shows anymore. I outgrew the nonsense. The learning curve says to D-Web, tailoring and accessories matter. Lero says LMAO to D-Web got me weak. Facts though. Bibi Rodriguez says smart man. My auntie loves me. And she's a successful doctor. Kira says alpha male, and he laughs. Bibi Rodriguez says he's Puerto Rican. I guess he's not. Jim Jones is Puerto Rican. And Bibi says, I'm frowning that I own that stuff, vintage, so it's worth something. D-Web, I'll give you the last word on this, and then we go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10.
Yeah, man, just don't be stuck in perpetual childhood, man. Learn to grow up, man. We got to get off this nonsense. $29K, you could have hired people to go to different thrift shops at different stores to get you fresh. You know what I'm saying? Like, spend money with your people. Like, I think somebody said it in the chat, man. $29K could be very life-changing to certain entities out here who are actually striving, who are Black first, who are trying to do things in our community rather than you getting pissed on in Gucci. So that's all I got to say, man.
All right, on. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10, the last topic for tonight. Stop playing with these people when it comes to mayonnaise. Stop playing with these people when it comes to mayonnaise. Let me share my screen. All right. Iowa man sentenced to life in prison after killing his friend in a fight over mayonnaise. So I guess it's the Iowa man, right? Christopher Erichbacher murdered his friend Caleb Solberg over an argument about mayo. An Iowa man was sentenced to life behind bars for the murder of a friend he repeatedly ran over with a pickup truck after a fight about mayonnaise. Christopher Erichbacher, now 29, used his truck to ram Caleb Solberg, 30, outside a cafe in the small town of Pleasga on December 17, 2020. The Des Moines Register reported Erichbacher initially drove away, then came back and ran over Solberg 2 more times, according to the Register. The two had been out drinking at a bar with another person earlier in the night in nearby Moorhead. But things took a turn when Erichbacher spread mayo on Solberg's food, which riled Solberg and sparked a bar fight, the Woodbine Twiner Herald reported. A furious Erichbacher called Solberg's half-brother, Craig Pryor, on the way to the cafe and threatened to set Solberg's house on fire and shoot him, the newspaper said. Pryor later came to Dave's old home in Pleasga, where another confrontation was brewing. Erichbacher eventually rammed his truck into Pryor, then rammed Solberg. Erichbacher's first blow to Solberg did not kill him. He can be heard screaming for his brother Craig Pryor. District Judge Greg Sleenstan wrote in the verdict, according to the Twiner Herald. Rather than just leave, Erichbacher went down the street, turned around, and came back to strike Solberg a second time, to be sure he had completed the job. Eric Baca drove his truck up and over Solberg one last time. Eric Baca then drove off, but his truck broke down a short while later. On the phone, he told Pryor that he had killed Solberg according to the verdict. Eric Berger was convicted after a bench trial in December last year and sentenced Monday. So this is a funny, weird way to end Shoot the Breeze tonight. Iowa man sentenced to life in prison after killing his friend in a fight over mayonnaise. Only, what do you take from this story?
You know, for a second, I didn't even know it was in Iowa. I was wondering where the names of these cities were and these names. I was like, what part of Sweden? The Eastern? but yeah, I mean, this is a reminder of just how white America is. Because this is probably the whitest story I've ever heard in my life. Honestly. I remember somebody was saying, hey, Black Americans, I think some that tribe guy, which I don't know why the rest of the black world ain't, block him or whatever. But there's this guy on Twitter who's just, just loud and get a lot of attention for whatever. And I saw somebody else retweet him saying something along the lines of, they lying about the 12, we're not 12%. But then, somebody else commented and said, this is somebody who never left like the city. If you in the city, you do think there's a lot of black folk,
Yeah.
But then you go out where Aaron Bacher and them are, where, dudes drive pickup trucks over their friends for spreading mayonnaise on their sandwich, and you realize this is a really white country. And, a lot of it got nothing to do with you, I mean, and when I say it don't got nothing to do with you, I mean, this really got nothing to do with us. Yeah. I don't know where this problem is going. But yeah, this is a weird story. I mean, good for this guy, I guess. Good for the legal system. I don't know. I don't know what to get. What is this? I don't get it. But all right. It's a good way to end the night, I guess.
Mr. Untouchable, what's
Hey, I agree with you. Two hillbillies get in a mayonnaise fight and kill each other. Congratulations.
Wow, I'm confused though. Why this guy spread
Congratulations.
What the fuck does this have to do with me?
I don't have no comments for this one.
Hey, only trying to remember the scoreboard. 2 down, right? That's fucked up.
What's going on though? What happened though? The guy spread and it is a bar fight over you spread mayonnaise on my sandwich. What? This is the whitest story I ever heard in my life, man.
Yo, what the fuck does this have to do with me though? Yo, this shit is wild. Urzuli, what say you to this one?
Yo, I'm trying to understand. So this man killed somebody because somebody put mayonnaise on his burger? What? I don't believe that. I believe that man stole that man's girlfriend. Something deeper behind this, or that man slept with his mother or something. There's no way. My man, tell him to order you a new burger. Why are you killing somebody over something putting mayo? No, this is terrible. Is this?
You're asking a valid question, but the thing that overrides all that shit is what the fuck does this have to do with me?
I was about to put you on the timeout. I think you should be on timeout for what is this?
No, mayo is your kryptonite. We should use that in the race war. Mayo.
No, that's not true because I love myself a little mayo too.
No, but why does he have a pickup truck? I don't understand that.
This is what I'm saying. This is the most Alabama Wisconsin, Green Bay Packer. So like, what is this?
Yo, it feels like a crime of passion, man. Because he already ran a guy over and ran him over 2 more times.
So when I saw Mayo, when I saw the prompt said stop playing with these people when it comes to Mayo, I thought it was a brother dating a Caucasian chick or something. Like, what is this? So he's doing So he's doing live over Mayo?
Yeah.
Nah, that man slept with his sister or his brother. No. That man slept with his boyfriend. Something is beyond this. Over Mayo? But all jokes aside, this is how the society and Coco, this just happened?
No, I think it happened in December.
And this time of the pandemic, all of this, people's mentally but still over Mayo, my brother, over Mayo. You went to life in jail over Mayo. You went to jail so people could tell you when to wake up, when to eat over Mayo, bro. But the number one question is, Koku, why did you put this as a prompt?
I thought it was the kind of ridiculousness that we should end the show on tonight.
I think you should go. I think you should get out the house. Out your own house.
Kyrie, what say you to this prompt?
Yeah, listen, man. The myths are true, man. These white folks will kill you over Mayo. They don't play when it comes to Mayo, man. I mean, it's delicious, but damn. But yeah, well, what can you say, man? But this is a great story, actually.
Yeah, but literally, why do I care about this story? Why do I? Another white.
So any of them white supremacists start throwing all them negative shit about black people, throw this at them. They'll shut up.
So hold up, he ran the guy over like twice over Mayo.
Yeah, he went down the road, bust a U, came back and rolled over him again, and then one more time to finish him off.
Nah, Gogo, that guy slept with his girl. That guy told his girl or slept with his mother. Something there's no way.
I think it's some kind of Brokeback Mountain shit too.
Well, I think the guy just spread mayo on his sandwich. I don't understand why he spread mayo on his sandwich. I mean, I get it. Like,
are we talking about real mayo or the other kind of mayo? Like, is
Miracle Whip on that? That's what it was, bro. I think you figured this out, Zuli, bro. It was Miracle Whip instead of real mayo. So he had to get about.
You put that Miracle Whip. That makes sense.
That yeah. There we go.
Oh yeah, that's fighting words right there.
Well, I want to thank everyone for tuning in tonight. I want to thank everyone on the panel who took time out their day to spend with us shooting the breeze tonight. We'll be back. I'll be back on Tuesday with another show, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Thursday, I'll be on the KWAZ Radio YouTube channel. And we'll be back here again next week for Shoot the Breeze. Post your topics on the Discord under the Shoot the Breeze channel. And I'll make sure I'll put your topic up. Bobby Wright in the chat says, Koku, remember in 2017 when Tamara Mowry's husband checked her when she asked if he wanted extra mayo on the sandwich. Yeah, that was weird as well. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys on the panel. Mr. Untouchable, thank you. Mr. Untouchable, any last words?
No, respect to you, respect to the panel. Great show, everyone. I'll see y'all guys next week.
Yes, sir. D-Web, what say you?
Yeah, great panel. Make sure y'all check out the latest episode of The Harsh Reality Presents with Armed Atlas. I just booked another interview with Tahuti. That should be one. We'll make sure we get Oni, get him talk about Oni a little bit. But so I got that coming up, and yeah, it's pretty. Oh, and I got an interview I did like last week with Rhonda Mary. If you go on our channel, I'm on there. I didn't. It's a little different, you know. She surprised me with a different guest or whatever too. So it's kind of like a panel discussion. But check it out. That's pretty much all I got.
All right. Razuli, what say you?
Great show. Everybody should try the grapeseed mayo. It's better than the original grapeseed. For my vegan, grapeseed mayo is the spot to be.
All right. Oni, what's going on tomorrow?
Oh yeah, so tomorrow, of course, I'm going to do the Enemies Within, and I'm also going to give you guys some investment tips on how to invest in mayonnaise. You know, it seems to be it seems to be something that you should have some stock in. If you don't, you know, I trust me, they're killer. No, I'm joking. But yeah. So tomorrow's, of course, the Enemy Within, and I'm going on some Pan Africanists. Obviously, I call them Fan Africanists, but I'm going on them because they slipping. So y'all make sure if we wake up in time. Make sure you guys check it out. I think it's 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So appreciate it, and of course, subscribe to everybody else and all that.
Yes. Make sure you guys subscribe to the Learning Curve. That's the Revolutionary Matron Show as well. Thank to everyone who was in the chat. Bobby Wright, Bibi Rodriguez, the Matron, Keter, Lero.
Oh, great show on panel, by the way. My bad.
Yes. Keter, KW Don 7, Bobby Wright, Daily Affirmations by Pauline, our brother from Brazil, whose name is escaping right now, Lucas Ferreira, and there was someone else too, Lenny. Peace to all of you for being in the chat tonight. We'll be back again next week, and you guys could check me out during the week as well. All right, guys. You guys have a good night, and peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.